Yo, what's up, Carrier? Which tank seems to be the best so far? It's kind of too early to tell for sure. I haven't tested a whole lot. I've only tested 3 of the tanks so far. I think Prot Warrior, in my opinion, is looking to be the strongest, but that is just based off of Altar of Fangs. I haven't had the chance to play the new dungeon pool yet. So we'll be doing that today. Mostly probably Brewmaster. But I think Prot Warrior was looking really good in Altar of Fangs. Brewmaster also felt fine. It's just Prot had like an advantage in a lot of cases where Brewmaster just felt like average. Like it didn't do poorly, it didn't do well. It just kind of performed. Yeah, what's up, Shard? I think I want to start with I don't even know what I want to start with actually. I played Paladin a bit. The issue is when I tested Paladin, it was very briefly, and I tested a very bugged state of it. So something they did in the recent patch notes is there was a bunch of lines, if you happen to read it, about how they were hot fixing a bunch of stuff or like bug fixing. And so Prot Paladin was taking just more damage than it should have been when you were playing some of the newer talents. And I wasn't playing a defensive setup on top of that. And on top of that, my mouse had broken. Um so like my Shield of the Righteous wasn't going off, and I didn't really realize it until I was like watching the footage back, and I was playing on live servers, and my like same thing on my Brewmaster, like my one button wasn't working, so I was like missing a ton of casts. So I think Prot Paladin's probably better than it is because I'm just one, I'm bad, two, it was bugged. The changes that Paladin got were like really good. Okay, I gotta lock in. We're gonna just do some 15s. I kind of want to start with Den. I also feel like I need to clean up my bags. How's the heat over there in EU, Shard? You're still dying? And calmed it down for a bit, but we got another heat wave coming. Oh no. My condolences. Maybe we just like don't find anyone. I know I've been in queue for like less than a minute, but let's just sell some of these void cores. I'm gonna keep these shoulders. I feel like I could just like get rid of all of this gear. It's like all season 1 trash loot that I've been holding on to in my bags. I want to hold on to these just in case. Why did I buy 3 of these? On the upside, I've been sitting at the gym a lot because the AC and free showers. So there you go. Hopefully you're getting yoked as well. Intellect trinket, don't really care. I'm gonna hang on to this, but it doesn't give strength. Maybe not. Maybe we just, like, don't find people, actually. You'll be happy not being when getting out of bed. Yeah, true. It's like me every day. Yeah, I feel like I need to hold on to some of these items. I don't even know what items I've gotten rid of or not. I should maybe just rebuy everything. Is my dungeon set to mythic? Yeah, we should be good. All right, cool. Den of Nalarok. Nah, PTR is dead. It's a holiday weekend for Americans, and so I think that plays a part in it. Um, PTR is just generally not that poppin'. I feel like PTRs are always like tough to test because less people are interested versus like a beta. Like beta is always poppin' because people want to see the new expansion. It's like your new max level, but I know it's kind of hard to test on PTR. I have like a fair bit of people on, but they're all in dungeons already, and a lot of them are probably like with groups. Yep. Celebrating our treachery. Amen. So yeah, we're gonna chill. I mean, if I can't get a group, I mean, I'll just maybe do some stuff on live. Yo, what's up, Kit? Yes, I am alive. I am alive. Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, but I don't think 15s are that high. Like on PTR, you get scaled with the key level all the way up to 15. So 15s, yes, it's a little bit of a higher key level, but you're going to be in like full mythic gear. So it's actually often just feels better. And you'll better get a better scope of like what it's going to feel like at endgame. Oh my god, what just came up? That was weird. You haven't touched your PC in a couple weeks, so you haven't seen any WoW people. Yeah, that's actually probably really good. Nice little detox. Yeah, but like if we browse groups, I think like look at all these groups that are listed. Yeah, I don't know. Adulting is hard. WoW free for 3 weeks. That's actually insane. Are you just detoxing, or did you quit?
It's like my Uncle Kagi once said, with great power comes great big booty bitches.
Yo, Seven, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub, dude. Hopefully you're doing well. I have not been able to play PTR even remotely close to how much I'd like to, so I haven't really I don't really know. I tested it a good bit like last week. Like I tested it like 2 days. We'll just grab these 2 guys and go. One guy canceled. So we'll see. I think it's been all right. You know how you feel about the moth ears on the tier set?
Once said, with great
They're growing on me.
Comes great big booty bitches.
Yo, Bolo, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub, man. Hope you're doing good. They're growing on me. I mean, on live servers, I'll never actually use them. I think I'll just stick to whatever other sets I've used in the past. Playing other games until there's some content I care about. Gave up on pugging 1% title, and I feel like I just log into AFK and Silvermoon. Yeah, that's not fun. It's like never good.
Shaw IRL is now live.
Dude, I've been live for like 20 minutes.
Bro, it just pinged me.
Yeah, she's late, dude. She's late all the time.
You gotta get on her, man.
I'll get on her. Yeah, I'll let her know.
Bitch.
Hey, that's my very real girlfriend you're talking about.
Are you doing PTR keys?
Yeah, I'm about to start one, but if you want to jump in after.
Sure. I wanna play some arms.
I round up. Yeah.
Courtier.
Yeah. We can definitely blast a little bit. I'm going into these dungeons blind. I haven't watched anyone test these, so I have no idea how like shitty they're gonna be or how good they're gonna be. My my dog's like having an anxiety attack. There's like a really bad storm going on right now, and I gave him some drugs about an hour and a half ago, and he's kind of calming down, but he's like just tucked up under my desk right now. And he looks super cute. Hey, buddy. Oh, now he's like kind of his head's up. You were trying this dungeon a few minutes ago. The skating bus must be the worst thing Blizzard ever did to you. Oh no. That is no bueno. We'll see. Yeah, Shachi's girlfriend is completely real, not a figment of the imagination of the digital world. Amen. He's a nice, healthy boy. He has surgery next week. It's nothing crazy. It's just he's getting like his teeth cleaned, but they call it surgery. Do we have to touch this thing? Oh, this is kind of dumb. Did they like... I don't know if they like did anything here. Oh, that effigy can die so fast. It's so weird that Celestial Infusion has that long of a cooldown. I don't like it. Yeah, I just think it should spawn you in the dungeon, but I also kind of get it. It doesn't take that long. It's just another loading screen, right? I don't like these Spirits of Hunger. I know I should be skipping them. But, you know, we're just out here living our best life. How often do they do the curse? Mythic plus, oh, pff. Did you miss something? I don't know if you missed something. Oh, these things are beefed up. We'll just do the tenders over here, I think. Why is it so long? Just SP, or did something change? No, it's they changed it. They changed it from a 45-second cooldown and they doubled it to a minute. Which is just kind of criminal in my opinion. Was the shaman hanging out over there? What was he doing? Trying to fish? Or did I miss something? I feel like as long as the health reduction drops before it gets reapplied, it's okay. Wait, is it based off of the totem though, right? It's already worthless. Why nerf it? I don't know. It's like it actually is a nerf because now we're getting less controlled Apex Talon resets. The speculation is that it's supposed to make light brewing a little bit better. Oh, does this thing stay? Oh, that's so criminal. That's so bad. I don't know where our shaman... Oh, our shaman was down there fishing. Okay, I hate this already. Oh, I just kicked nothing. I'm dumb. Just playing with 30% health reduction, that was really bad, right? I feel like it should be like a 5% health reduction. Because like if we now miss a bolt cast, for example, we just die, right? This one has like Brackenhide Hollow energy. And then we'll get our last one. Oh, what is this? Requires alchemy or druid bear form. A Timu Brackenhide. 50% damage increase from that. I think it's when other bears die, right?
It's like my Uncle Kagi once said, with great power comes great big booty bitches.
Nice, we're fishing. That's so fun. It takes so fucking long, man. They need to speed that up. It won't let me interact with it. Oh, there we go. Because legit at 130 CD is bothering you. It should. It's really bad. I don't know the point of it. Like, it's just a nerf. Okay. So this fight is it's an AoE that ignores armor and does damage. The bone, he always goes bone first, right? Which he then does his frontal. And then the bone spikes stay. And then he pinged his poison cleansing totem, so that means we have it. And so now we have to soak these, right? By just running over them. Am I running? Okay, I am. It does make Celestial Infusion feel a little bit beefier, but it's just the increased cooldown is a damage nerf. And it's a cooldown reduction nerf. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Spoiled supplies. I'll dispel him. They changed the Celestial Infusion and Celestial Bird cooldown. They doubled it. So instead of being a 45-second CD, it's now a 1.5-minute CD. These spawn a little too far away. Good hustle. Oh, good link. I don't know their reasoning because it's a damage nerf and it's a CDR nerf. And it doesn't benefit us at all. It's not like they increased the value 3 times the amount and made it like an actual defensive. They just straight up, it's just a nerf. And they didn't give a reason why. Which just feels kind of bad. There should be a fine pull here, right? Lots of poop happening, though. Oh, good kick. Interesting. Oh, I don't know where I'm going. I should have just gone all the way. Delora, what's up? Also, Osaya Games, thanks so much for the sub, by the way. Big Prime, the Bezos Bucks. Appreciate you. Oh, I love that Judgment just pulled more bears. That's good. This won't hurt me at all. Also, why is my threat indicator just not working? Should we expect notes today? No, probably not. I would expect notes probably at the end of the week. They already kind of made their dev notes, and I don't know, the dev notes weren't anything to really write home about. Outside of like prop paladin changes, everything else was kind of mid. I'm kind of vibing in this dungeon though. Wait, where's the win guy? Fuck it. We're gonna just go. We're gonna go for all the bears. And we're gonna nuke them all, and then I'm gonna kite forever. Ooh, the sack gets deployed. That's good. How long does the buff last? Is it? Oh, it's a long buff. Okay. Yeah, thanks for all the follows, guys. I normally don't shout out follows, but we just hit a random goal that I don't remember setting. W. I'm glad they got rid of that mini boss though. That mini boss was a pain. I feel like I'm so short on percent. We'll be nice and safe in this little alcove here, I think. Oh, big pulverized cast. Glacial Tomb. You just DPS through these, right? I think root removals will be really good this season, it seems like. We'll help get our boy out here. Even though it shouldn't really matter. I wonder if there's a cheese for that. I wonder if there's like something that we can stand on. What do these guys do? Get the blood rush. What is this? Oh, it's just a spread and don't take the extra damage. Easy. Which monk spec would be best? Not sure. I think they're all pretty good right now. Yeah, I feel like our percent is so low. Sure, I can grab this guy. Oh, I'll get a para, I guess. Good Hodge. Oh, okay, we're good. Oh, it's a stun. Okay, that's good to know. Evade. What's going on here? Oh. Yo, X-Tank, what's going on, man? I'm doing well. I hope you're also doing well. All right, nice. Oh, okay. I guess this back half has a lot of percent. Doing some lurking work. We love that. Love lurking. Wait, maybe not? It's gonna be fun. I love this ice boss. I'm not gonna be mad at all during the entire encounter. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, we're gonna just walk over here then. They changed this boss. I don't remember that being a mechanic. Okay, so we have 2 ads that are gonna spawn, right? And we have to soak. Oh, the ice is a lot faster than I thought. Then we'll soak again. I got it. Don't worry, team. Stand here. Yes, that's good. Good comms. Dude, I love this. This is awesome. Ooh. Some magic debuff that gets applied. Dude, when you roll, you go so far. Do they spawn on either side of him? I'm gonna try to like tilt him a little bit like this. It looks like it's to the left and right. Okay, so only 2 set of tornadoes stays. Okay, this boss is not that bad. Is it also a no, it's just a dot. Okay, so we're gonna go far here. Yeah, I can see how it's annoying, but I like it. I think it's easier as melee. I gotta do some ayahuasca and head back to the mortal realm. You started about late into the season, but as I've been gearing, I'm finding a lot more fun to play, and I gave it than I gave it credit for. Always finding something extra I do that I didn't realize I could. And Monk seems to swing way above its item level for what can survive. Yes, it does. Yeah. I'm sure that's a chain lightning. Primal echoes AoE plus damage. I don't know what those were, but oh, yeah, I'm not gonna kick. Primal echo doesn't seem to interrupt either. I was casting Chi Burst there. Oh, it's the poison spear volley. Okay. How will we get 315 on level in season 2? By I'd imagine playing the game by like rating and stuff, rating and doing Mythic Plus. I don't know if I can go that far. What am I doing? What? These totems have like negative health. What's going on? We're at 83%. I want to see if I go over here. This pull seems kind of hard to do. Arc Lightning, AoE, Lightning Bolt, not AoE. I wish tab targeting was better. Damage done increased by 25. Okay. I guess the double roar is kind of insane. Because it stacks to 2. That should not be a thing. I feel like it should either fall off or it should apply as an individual stack. Just seems like a little unfair. Wait, I dodged it? Is that possible? It is a physical hit, yeah? Oh, nice. Look at that. 100% count. Didn't even have to think about it. Oh, yes. Oh, this is a mini boss, isn't it? Do we actually kill her, though? Does she get percent? Maybe I overpulled. I can't move her. Those totems have, like, negative health. I feel like they're not scaling with key level. I'm not complaining, but just like one of those things. I feel like if the mechanics are still the same, I think we just do like a corner strategy, right? Where we place them in the corner, do shit near wall. Yeah. Make sure to stand far enough behind shield. Wonky hitbox. Sure. Everything makes sense. What happens if you walk forward a little bit? Yeah, let me see. Oh. Then we have to soak, right? I want to pull him away a little bit. Oh, that's unfortunate. This looks like a soak. I can't. Yeah, it's so weird. Like, oh, well, we'll see how this goes. I think I soaked too much there. It's just fizzy dam. Oh, we dropped those so far. Okay. Is he standing in it? I feel like just the tank should soak it, no? Nice. Big W. Not bad, not bad. The soak's new. I think it's a new mechanic. I don't remember it being in the M0 rotation. I remember everything else. I don't remember there being that many bears. I thought you only had to deal with one set of bears, so having to soak 12 there instead of 6 is kind of insane. Just like already off the bat, I can already see like you need like you're gonna want soothes in this place ideally. Um, you're gonna want immunities. Obviously, is a big one. Like, just imagine if just like a paladin was able to just like bubble soak all of those right there. That'd be insane. They removed the wind guy. Yeah, that's really good though. I probably didn't need to soak 7 there, but it's like I think everyone in your group should soak 2, and then the tank soaks 4. I think on the 12 set. So earlier, Billy, my answer was it's hard to tell. I haven't tested all the tanks yet, so I'm not really sure what's going to be best or worse. What dungeon do you want to do, Nama?
Uh, I don't know. I'm down for whatever. I'm just here to click buttons. Whatever you want to test.
All right.
But my UI looks like shit.
Beta UIs are never good.
Is there a PTR vendor for consumables, or are you kind of like shit out of luck?
In Stormwind or Orgrimmar.
Is it just by like the main auction house in Stormwind?
Um, yeah, like in the little town square.
To go.
Brew feels fine. I don't know. I'm not a fan.
I need red or haze.
It just like nothing changes. Like that's kind of my issue right now.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the CB change. Brew didn't really change in terms of its talents either, so it just like feels weird. Yeah, they removed the win guy. Yeah, I don't know. I like Brew. Like Brew's fun to play to me. It's just the tier set doesn't change anything, and so like it just feels normal. I'm not like super thrilled about our damage breakdown either. I don't like the CB change. It feels like you have like a little less agency, which is like not fun to me. This trinket does so much healing though. Yeah, it's just like same. It's like nothing. We're not gaining anything. We're not really losing anything. It just feels the same. And then we're doing Void Scar Arena whenever you're ready. Yo, what's up, Blue Teaver? Also, what's up, Toxic? Yeah, I'll do a video probably today or tomorrow talking about the Celestial Brew change. I'm not a fan of it. I don't really know what their goal was. Did you miss the Holy Priest gameplay? Yeah, yeah. I was playing that earlier. New main incoming. I wonder if I go back to Exploding Keg. Which Hero Town looks better on PTR? I find that Master of Harmony still is better, but I feel like in Shadowpen I can go like a little bit more offensive. You have Prop Paladin, Prop Warrior, Guardian Druid, and Brew already. Hell yeah. I feel like I want to go to the right. Have I tried Prop Warrior? No, I have not. I did in I did try it last week, but I haven't tried it this week yet. Oh. We got a man over here. All right, two dungeons with totems in it. Surely we're just gonna like go all the way to this room. Line of sight inside and just call it a day. Might be your second choice if Vengeance still gets effed in season 1, like in season 1, a high possibility. Vengeance falls into the trap of it's too RNG. What the fuck is this? With the Devourer being so good, I just don't see VDH being meta again, thank God. I want VDH players to feel like they're not getting cooked. Which unfortunately I feel like is the case. Like they can't, like they just like can't even play right now, which feels fucking terrible. Like their whole defensive kit is just RNG. It's just, are you getting a bunch of Void Meteor procs to get cooldown reduction on meta, and are you getting random Apex talent procs? And if those are both true, it feels really good. If neither of those are true, or only one of them is true, then it feels like fucking ass. Oh, wait, did I not? Oh, maybe I did that instead. I don't even know what's going on. Savage Leap. Why am I always out of range of something? Oh, these guys leap away, yeah? That makes a lot of sense, actually. Is this a dungeon where you can control how they spawn still? Looks like it. Wait, where does proof of mastery come from? Did we click on something? All I want is Spinning Cranky to suck enemies in when you're tanking. That would actually be so insane. Killing the Naga mini boss gave you that. The other side gives you a different buff. Oh, what does the other side give? Oh, just decided to pull everything. What's Violent Sands? I'm like trying to track all these buffs, but I don't. Oh, it's just movement speed reduction. That's fine. I don't know what to do here. Okay, can we not put all of them on the tank? This is very different. Does that tank stoke still exist? Oh, lovely orbs. This Demon Hunter keeps like strafing randomly. Is this the fight? Is this it? Dude, stop moving for 2 seconds, please. Okay, so you only have to deal with 2 at a time. Seems pretty chill. Dark blue. Okay. Is that it? This is a much better fight, I think. The last fight on M0 was like pretty terrible. Just like if we maybe sort them out. Stop, dude. This DH is triggering me. Like, you can not hit the boss for 2 seconds, I think. I think it's okay. I don't know what slow we just applied to this guy, but it seems pretty big. Yeah, those aren't scaling at all. I just one-shot that. That's crazy. Is this a knockback? Knock up? Is that it? Okay. Nice.
It's like my Uncle Kagi once said, with great power comes great big booty bitches.
Yo, Dare, thanks so much for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a good day. They significantly reduced the trash. I literally just one-tapped that with a Tiger Palm. That has to not be correct, right? Oh. Oh, good job, Nama. These bolts don't seem like they're hitting that hard either. I mean, they're doing like 30%, but what's this? I can't tell if we're supposed to stay in that or not. Huh. Is there any trash in this room? Or is it just boss? Looks like it's just boss. Did they remove the ads from this fight? Nope, never mind. So it looks like they got rid of like the crazy knockbacks, right? Which was definitely like obnoxious in the first season. This thing needs to die a lot faster. Must just be like aura damage or something, right? Another ad. Huh. Yeah, that's not good. That's wild. Oh, Devour. What does that do? Oh, he heals and he gains a buff. Oh. Oh, they've changed how many mini bosses you have to pull. Okay, that's good. What are these debuffs on me? I'm getting bled up. The Savage Leaps really hurt. You didn't have to ring there. That's okay, though. Good old Dread Bellow. We're used to this. This is an old ability. Brutalize. Big damage. It's gonna be a pretty nasty tank pull, I think, on hierarchies. Oh, I'm definitely over percent. Okay. It's good to know. I mean, the whole start of the dungeon is, like, so linear that you don't really have alternative routing. It's like in this area, you just want to pull as little as possible. I feel like they might change the routing. This this timer has to be crazy free if they keep it like this, though. Right? I don't know if they changed this boss or not either. This seems new. There's 3 balls instead of 2. Maybe we're supposed to play in the center of them? Gravity orbs need to be kited into... Is that it? Am I supposed to soak this? I couldn't remember if I had to soak that or if someone can just kite it. Looks like you can just kite it out, but... I feel like you just get sucked to the middle here, and then you just spread when he does this thing, right? Alright, I guess he's going out. That's fine. Okay. Is it drop-off damage? Seems like a pretty big healer. Like, healers, dude, I can't even imagine. What happens if I stand inside this? Do I die? No. Oh, that is not good. Is it only on range D? It feels like it's only targeting the mage. I wonder if it can only target range DPS. I'm like just not hitting anything because I'm so entrenched in the mechanics. Outside of the second boss, though, this feels like a very boring tank dungeon. Like, I'm not doing anything on this fight. Like, I could literally take my hands off the keyboard, I'm pretty sure, and the gravity well things there would just suck me to where I need to stand, and then I I'm not sure how I feel about this dungeon. No, they're definitely not as bad as people say. People were like a little skeppy because of the M0 rotation at the start of the season. But I feel like Blizzard changed their ideology or adapted on it, I should say, like late beta, and they obviously weren't going to touch these dungeons because they weren't going to be active in this season, in the season one, I should say. And so I don't know. I feel like the dungeons, in terms of like bolt slops, like there's not a lot of casters. There's a couple important kicks, but I don't know. I'm kind of vibing with it. Did we two chest that? That's crazy. Do you know? Do I know what rating you have to get to 1%? I don't know the rating, but I think people are speculating uh like 30. I think it's like around 3,900. I think it's like 20s across the board is probably safe, but I don't know. Because unfortunately, people will be selling 20s, and it's just like, I don't know. People will probably like start pushing for it a little bit more towards the end of the season. 20 resil enough? It should be. If we go to Raider.io and we go to season cutoff, I don't think 4K, like 4K would be definitely fine. If you're 4K, you should be plenty chill. But right now, if you have 20 resil at base score, like that's not counting like how fast you were in the dungeon, you're in the top 0.8%. So, like, yeah, if you hit, like, 3,900, maybe a little bit above 3,900, you should be good. If you're 4K, you're gonna be you're chilling. Any good and fun tank trinkets next season? I think there's a lot of cool tank trinkets next season. Um If I open up the dungeon journal, if I can remember what keybind it is. Oh, we have, let's go class monk brewmaster. So off of the fourth boss, you get first mate's shell ward, which is like a really powerful 40% DR that also acts as like a weird kind of suit, not cheat death, but if you're below 40% health, it's an 80% DR and it does damage to attackers, which I think is really cool. I like this trinket a lot. I've been using it in like every key. And it does like a little bit of damage. It does 1%. Sometimes I'll see it at 2%, but in terms of healing, it does like 6 to 7% of my overall healing, which is really cool. If we go deeper into the raid, you have Idol of the Howling Nexus, which is a mastery stat stick, and whenever you dodge, you have a high chance to gain 400 agility and speed. If you don't block or dodge, you just gain the effect every minute anyways, which I think is pretty cool. These are obviously the raid trinkets. A little bit later, like really late, you also have access to Voracious Heart of Ulutek, which yeah, is also a pretty strong ability. It's a 1.5 minute CD, and it just gives you a shitload of main stat. And then whenever it procs during that window, you get even more main stat. Now, I think there's good dungeon trinkets too. I shouldn't say that it's just from the raid. I think the raid trinkets are really cool. Den of Nalarok, I believe, has Permafrost Essence, which you'll gain throughout combat. You're going to gain stacking critical strike, and then when you fall below 25% health, it ruptures, consuming the stacks that you've accumulated, and it gives you a massive absorb shield. So it's like a discount battle scarred veteran. So Den has a cool trinket. I think also I think is it there's one other trinket that I think is pretty decent. Is it from Murder Row? Yeah, so you just have a stat set that gives you gives you crit, like crit procs, which I think is also really good. I haven't tested the Fell Shield yet, but Geese's May. Meh. May. Uh yeah, I'd like some cool trinkets like that again, but I don't know if Blizzard's gonna do that. The Blinding Valaya. The tier set's not that good. If I look at DPS overall, it's doing 4% plus 1%, so 5% of my overall. Like, you can count that it's also doing a little bit extra physical damage with, like, Keg Smash and Blackout Kick and Tiger Palm, but it's also kinda not, you know? I thought it would be more as well. It's supposedly it's not affecting non-physical spells. So if you're like, it's not affecting overwhelming force, for example, it's not affecting flurry strikes, for example. And I feel like that's hurting it. And I don't know if that's a bug or if they'll make it better. Isn't Shadowpen better? No, well, yes and no, not really. I do more overall as Master of Harmony, but you would think that'd be better for Shadowpen. I don't know. They could tune it. It's still really early. I don't know if we're supposed to Bloodlust to start. I don't even know which way I'm supposed to pull. I kind of want to go to the right. I cannot find my target. Deafening Screech is probably the thing we want to kick, right? I'll stop it. I'll stop it twice. Nice beam. Boomkin kind of popping off. I mean, Shadowpen's going to be fine, and honestly, I think you can even play Shadowpen on live servers. Unless you're pushing like the highest of highest keys, you can play whichever hero town. I think Blizzard's done a pretty good job of making them fairly balanced. Oh, we got a big boy here. I don't like these camera angles. Oh my lord. Sure feels less tanky on live. I don't think I've played it in a couple weeks. It should be equally as tanky, arguably, but I don't know. I like the agency that Master of Harmony has. Okay, so supposedly they were. Yeah, these frontals are so hard to see. Also, I can't click on this nameplate. There we go. Yeah, those frontals are not easy to see. Are those beams meldable? What's this? Does the Druid not want to do this? Okay, I guess not. Whatever. I think it's a Druid. I don't know what it does. I need to figure it out, though. Dalton, no! Get up, King. Your crown is falling. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I like the vibe of this dungeon, but I can already feel my eyes starting to, like, get all fucked up. Oh, that helps a lot. Also makes it kind of hard to see, but just like too much yellow. Iku's the Light Hunter. Oh, that guy kind of hurts. All right, so what's the play here? Is this little knockback? Yep. Okay. Roots will spawn. You want to move in with that. Or you want to be able to break them quickly. Thorn Call spawns multiple roots. And then whoever gets targeted needs to fucking run. Or wait, did Nama meld? Oh, that's so much easier. Freedom is going to be so good in here, though, dude. I can already see it. If Rep Paladin is tuned well, dude, it could be a Rep Paladin meta. Yeah, they die so much faster when we actually stack it up. Does he no longer fixate? Is that the thing? I kind of like the fixate. Like I thought it was interesting, but I get it. I feel like VDH needs to get meta after Feldev and Overhealing Store to shield like Druids have. Yeah, I mean they need to do something for VDH for sure. Have spike base armor increase. Yeah, they need a base defensive increase and they need more consistent what am I trying to say? They need like more consistent cooldown usage. Like Fiery Brand is not great because it has to spread. Meta's not great because it's relatively RNG based on like resets and procs. And yeah, they just feel really weak outside of it. So if you don't get the procs, you're just like dead. Dude, those roots do a lot of damage. Okay, you can't CC them, obviously. That should have been obvious. I'll get the Petal Wing, I guess. Is there 2 Petal Wings? What's this other mob? No, it's Seraptor. Is there more mobs I should be pulling? Yeah, we'll get these guys in. Uproot, what does that do? Little knockback? Oh. Lightforge Raptors are really bad, aren't they? Or not Raptor, what am I saying? Dude, why are the hitboxes so small? I had to like be in him to kick. I don't know what's going on. The stalkers are porting. I don't know. I don't know why they made Celestial Infusion such a long cooldown. It's really obnoxious. He's supposed to chase still.
I don't remember how this guy works well.
I don't remember how anything works, Nama. Also, I'm pretty... The Dungeon Journal says that last boss still fixates, so I don't know if you broke it or if maybe they did remove it and it's still in the journal. I remember this person's supposed to spread out. I don't know if he's supposed to... Yeah. We have to, like, move to the bloom to live, I think.
Okay.
We have to, like, each stand in them. And that's it. I think that's the entire fight.
This is a melee-friendly fight.
Kind of, yeah.
I just get to sit and do damage.
Yeah, 3-target cleave is your specialty.
It's kind of awkward because it keeps on fucking dashing when I have a heroic strike proc, but
Are you playing Slayer or Colossus?
Colossus. I don't know what the key like Slayer build looks like, so
Ah, fair.
I'm just gonna play Colossus because I can just copy whatever the fucking Archon thing is and say
True.
call it a day.
That'd be great if this, yeah, never mind.
I gotta say though, this like desync on Colossus Smash and Demolish is a little bit.
Yeah. I might need to go far here. It looks like our boy Dalton's getting over there, though. These are getting really spread out, and I don't like it. Maybe we
Yeah,
kill
this
before the next
seems
soak.
like it would be really cringe in a full melee gun.
Yeah.
You just have one DPS who doesn't get to play the game every single set.
Pretty much. Nice. We did it.
Ascension feels a lot better though. And because I'm playing. When did they get rid of BS Arms CC removal on Avatar?
At the start of midnight.
I was wondering, like, I clicked Avatar like 3 times on the route and I couldn't get out.
Yeah.
DPS.
Yeah, it's unfortunately they removed it completely, which is just sad, but I think they wanted to move away from people trying to hold their offensive CD to like remove a CC, which always felt bad, but at the same time it was like kind of convenient.
Yeah. I mean, especially there, right? Like, I get to just not have a set. Do free damage to other people's. But I guess I could also just use it as free 3-target cleave and be able to cleave spam.
Yeah.
It's not all bad.
I think pulling 2 of these might be actual not good. Oh, good luck, team. Dalton, no.
Is that a frontal on you, or is that just a?
I think it's a random
generic
frontal, but maybe
figure?
it's supposed maybe it targets maybe it's just on me and I just griefed our party by aiming it that way. No. Wait. Oh,
That's a
no,
different frontal.
no. The
Yeah,
solar
it's
breath
random.
is definitely not baited on me.
I just saw that.
Yeah.
I should turn full 180. I also think that there is a fucking light and day difference between playing as a shaman and not playing with a shaman. For me,
Does it feel a lot better playing with the shaman than it was in the with the
uh,
Mistweaver?
just the shaman buff.
Yeah.
The shaman buff is OP for arms warrior.
Is very strong.
So it feels very nice being able to play it. Oh, the circles.
Oh my lord. Maybe I'll kick one day, but it feels like they reworked most of these bosses, which is kind of good.
Yeah. The no chase, just like heal check on a dinosaur feels a little sketchy, but I'm
Yeah.
not complaining.
I think it depends on the healer. Maybe the healer just doesn't know what's up.
I mean, I'm just gonna play the chicken, so like
Oh,
I'm not complaining.
I'm getting
Oh,
lore
it's
flashbacks.
blazes.
No, please.
Bro. Oh, that's crazy. But
And this is like a Tindril ripoff. Oh, it can be on the tank. That's good. Okay, can we stack them? Looks like it.
I don't think it doesn't look like he just died to it, so
He did not die.
it's like a
I like how he decided as a range DPS to jump into melee to do that instead of just standing farther away. It's weird because the animations, like, of our characters will still move it, but that is a lot easier to dodge.
yeah.
Wait, why is my bleed gone? Do we have an Aug Evoker?
No. I don't think we have anyone who can remove blades.
Yeah, I'm really confused. Oh, until fully healed. Okay.
Oh, I can heal myself.
Yeah, I guess the fact that it's called Grievous Wounds should have been a dead giveaway.
Possibly.
Okay. I feel like I'm cheating because I'm just like not taking damage, so I'm always top, so I just instantly remove the bleed. Maybe that's good though.
I mean, you're one less second to heal, right?
Yeah. Oh shit. Wait, these are fast.
What happens if I stand on you guys with no debuff?
Nothing, looks like.
Oh, nothing. They just
Mage is
fully
dead.
spawn away from your player model.
Yeah, it's similar to the Dentrius orbs in Magister's Terrace. You could technically stack with them, except the issue is you're also trying to like do soak, so it's kind of difficult too.
What happens if I meld? Just staying meld. It's not gonna.
Looks like
I
it
think I
still
should.
goes off.
I should not.
Interesting. Boomkin's not doing too bad. I feel like I'm always skeptical of Boomkins. I feel like Boomies are
My
normally
rolls
trash.
fuck because I didn't reset, but
Oh,
boss damage seems good.
I feel like I want to go. Oh, we have the potatoed. I don't know if I pull more here or not. Because he chucks me. And then we have to kill these ads before they hatch. Oh, that's a kind of a tight check. Uh-oh. What do the little potatoes do? The toad pole. Oh, wait. What are they called? Potadpole? That's funny, actually. Oh.
Is it like a frontal that knocked me, or is it just the
Is it a front?
attacks?
Oh, is it knocking you as well?
I got knocked there. I can
Oh, it
stand
might be a
on you and
frontal.
see what happens.
Oh, that poison is nasty. Maybe this is just illegal.
I think this mob might just be illegal.
I think you have to pull it, though, right? Maybe you don't.
I thought you could just go like. I mean, you could go left. Sure. I'm full like cleaving off of this guy, and he's so healthy.
The druid's not dispelling, it looks like, himself. I wonder how bad these potad toss.
Okay, that knock on you is definitely probably like a frontal, or it can just.
Because it didn't knock you there?
Well, it did not knock me there, but I got knocked earlier, and I haven't been knocked at all since. So I'm just gonna believe that it is a frontal. Those are just fake. Okay.
Oh, that's good to know.
I mean, I don't think we killed the last one there.
I don't think so. I don't know if I'm supposed to pull more. Oh. Oh, that is not good. Unlucky. Oh,
I tried
I saw.
to charge my frames are just like so fucked right now. I don't even know what's really a caster in here.
Yeah, I'm playing base, and I also. Oh, my cheapers just pulled those. That's awesome. Very good.
It's fun damage.
Oopsies. It's like hard for me to tell if we're like bad. Oh,
Missiles.
I'm like trying not to pull.
I mean, we had a couple deaths at some pretty bad spots.
Can you meld this beam?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't do much damage though. It's a good meld like if you're trying to pull something spooky,
Yeah.
like with it. You get one meld per pull though.
I don't like how
Yeah,
many
I'm
casters
actually
are here.
fucked
This
up.
is too many casters. Wait, how did we... what are we doing?
We're gonna kill you guy.
That's crazy. Do I have any... Oh, okay, thank God. I figured I could chain there, and then I just was getting spam bolted, and then I just, like, die, I guess? I don't know.
All the high folios. The string it's nice. It's a little awkward because Avatar does have CDR, so it actually doesn't align with it. But I might just like put it on my rabbit or something. Or just like hold.
What pull? Why
Yes.
are we pulling everything?
It's really just like dying.
I mean, I'm just not hitting anything. I don't know how those mobs got pulled from all the way up here.
I think his missiles is like auto targeting nearest enemies or something. On like additional cast or whatever. It pulled a lasher that we weren't in combo with either while we were padding along the right here.
I'm gonna ban arcane mages. That's crazy.
It's okay, they'll be perma-dead too, anyways, right? 0 defensives. Right? I actually cannot cast anything. This is crazy. Single target regen is genuinely terrible.
I already hate this pull. Like the fact that there's 3 casters and they're all 40-yard spread. It's good. And that volley sucks. Yeah, they need to revisit this one. I felt okay about the other 2 dungeons, but this is rough.
There's no way, like
Yeah, well, the volleys do AoE damage, but it's like you kick them to get them grouped, right? And then they do their volley, and then no one has kick available. It's like kind of cringe.
so true.
I think soaking the balls is a damage buff. And I aim the beam at the ads, I'm pretty sure.
Because it destroys them.
Oh, you aim them. Or
It's on the him. He's not gonna move though. Unfortunately. It's locked in place 1-2.
okay, that's certainly
More
bad. And now they're all fucking in 4. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Not more bad.
And not only that, he like stood on top of them, so they all meleeed him immediately. Oh no, it's just gonna be a wipe. I hope you hit all of them. Beautiful. And we'll just walk over here.
Easy peasy. Yo, holy, this buff is massive.
Oh,
It's like a 10% buff.
it's
For
yeah,
what?
10% per stack, right?
Yeah, I have a 40% damage and healing amp right now. And I take 70k damage a second.
That's not a lot, I feel like.
No, when I have like 900k HP with a shaman.
It's very big. Yeah, it's super nice.
What do the hero overalls are not reset either.
That can't be. That can't be. Oh yeah, I forgot to reset after our other one. I was about to say, I'm like, there's no way you doubled everyone else's damage.
It's just that I can't actually see only this dungeon.
Hmm. I I can't believe Blizzard just can't figure out damage meters in their own game.
Yeah. Real and true. I mean, outside of like the end there, this actually didn't feel that bad. It's just like that last stretch is really shit. It's like 3 mobs you don't really want to pull more than like fodder onto, and then it's like 18 casters right before the boss. That also has 5 caster ads every single like little intermission or whatever, little every 45 seconds or whatever.
Yeah, it's got to be a skip those ads angle.
I don't know if you can skip the last ads though, just because of where they're placed.
I think
Unless you're Shroud or do some like CC
or a
blink
meld
tech or whatever.
skip. I might be able. I mean, I didn't test it there, but I can maybe like ROP, para ROP.
Yeah. The only speaking about a meld scoop is that there's like 1 or 2 volley casters, right? So if they just volley you and it doesn't have it has like unlimited range, then just all in combat anyways and you all die. I mean, there's
Yeah, I
definitely
suppose it's a
probably a
weird
way
mechanic
around
smash.
them or to do something with them, but they could also just like get rid of half the casters in that pack and it would be still a fine pack.
I'm okay with 2.
I think having like the 2 spam casters who do a volley is fine, right? Because they just spam bolt tank and then do a volley that you have to kick. But there's like the knock caster as well, and like some buffer caster guy.
Yeah, it's not fun. I
So
didn't
it's
like that
just
dungeon.
like unneeded mobs. I don't know if I bugged the dinosaur or if he just is intended to work that way now.
Maybe. I mean, I didn't read the notes when they made the changes, so I'm kind of like doing this blind. But if you look at the dungeon journal, it's there.
It says with 100 energy, he fixates a player with a bloodthirsty gaze and attempts to incise them. That is what it says.
Yo, what's up, VTLX? Yeah, no problem. Thanks for
Before.
stopping in. I appreciate
But
you.
I melded the cast, not like when he'd already targeted me, but like melded the cast and he just didn't recast. And so he just stayed in his frenzy or whatever, and just like kept pulsing damage.
That's what I thought happened, but I like couldn't. I was like half paying attention because I was just trying to like see what the sequences look like. Maybe I can go back and look at the footage. Oops.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he does just only do it once. He only reaches energy once, and then he just sits there and fucking pulses you the entire time. It's not like ramping damage either, so it is literally just a mana check.
I don't see him having energy though, so maybe it is gone. But I see the
Mm.
fixate icon in 20 seconds. We get the stomp here. The fixate's coming out in 10. You walked back in. He casts Bloodthirsty Gaze on you. You melded it, and that was it. Yeah. I mean, so you did meld it, and you did break the boss because he just never recast it again. But he also doesn't have an energy bar, so I don't know if it's intended or not to still be in the game.
Maybe it's just a one-time thing, but that also means you get like one chance to clear the ground, right? Unless the brutes just go away naturally.
I couldn't tell if they were going away naturally,
Yeah.
but
Maybe I'll be.
not really sure. So is DH done? No. I just think DH needs a rework. Like they need, like Blizzard needs to look at them, make them tankier baseline, maybe a little bit weaker inside of their CDs, but make their CDs more consistent. I just think like it's so lopsided right now. You're either paper or you're immortal, and you're immortal based on RNG, and that's not fun for anyone.
I am gonna go coverage just short.
We'll go to Murder Row next.
Okay.
Yeah, the Monk HP looked very stable. Why not have a tank devs talk to each other? Yeah, that'd be great.
I hit a natty little log real quick. My CDM keeps on resetting.
I'm like not even using the CDM. I'm just like straight up running. Like I just moved my action bars to the middle of my screen. I'm calling it a day.
Yeah. I got it set up, and then my slam keeps on moving. And
That's
it's really
annoying.
annoying
Yeah.
because there's not a buff tracker for heroic strike, so you have to have like a slam tracker. I just don't think there is. Normal doesn't. fucking slam again. Game just sucks.
I can't tell. I feel like there's still just as many casters in this dungeon. I see like 5 mages in this first area.
Yeah. Are there less of the guards that smack you and kill you instantly?
Bribed guard. I see one. There's one down here. I see 2, 3, or bribed captain.
I don't remember which mob it was. I just remember like the M0 week of coming in here and like walking to a pool and just dying instantly.
Yep. And then releasing and then
dying
dying immediately again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Alpha's was accurate.
Oh, that's terrible.
I just immediately recast. That's sick.
Where'd our rogue go?
You know, these mages do not have a spell log.
What the fuck? Wrong Ild. That's what the ready check's for. Oh, fun. I don't want to fight inside. I feel like I should pull something else with this, but I don't really know what to pull. All casters. Amen. I feel like we got a little unlucky.
And I really like Thomasol again. Yeah.
Heartstop poison. Why are they fell crazed? What's causing them to be fell crazed?
Is it them being in the mana worms or the fell worms death explosion?
I don't know. I mean, it's only the casters.
Maybe they just are.
Now, the biggest question is this going to be consistent with the RP mobs? Oh, this is unfortunate. Can we line of sight them out or no?
Get 2 stacks of 10% haste.
I don't know.
I was not paying attention if they had those stacks before the worms died.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention either. Despite literally just inquiring about it very recently. Big mistake. Oh. Do arcane mages now have stagger? He had like a just like a permanent debuff there that was causing him to just take damage over time, but it's called refraction.
I know they got something new recently.
All right, time to do like a insidious pull. Is it? I don't really want to pull that shit. I hate this. I don't know. There's probably a more optimal way to pat through this dungeon.
The mage does have fell crazed, like by default.
They do. They have one
Looks like
stack.
They give each other fell craze.
Oh.
Because there's a mage out there that's by itself that has 1 stack of Velcraze, and then there's the 2 here, 2 stacks.
Oh, that is so far. It's gonna go on me. I need better nameplates.
Just need this to be live.
Kind of a party in here, though.
Faceted crystalline fell. Vendors of Murderer would kill for this. What does this mean?
I don't really want to pull the guard. Ideally, we just like walk by it, right?
Yep.
Oh, are there no men over here? There used to be like 2 guys who would run up. I wonder if it's ever possible to pull these on the boss. Oh. I feel like they don't do anything.
They just like jump at one person and hit them.
Seems to be that way. I think we start on the worm. Nibbles.
I know I would like more mobs here. Oh.
Is this a damage increase or just a stun?
It looks like it's just a stun. I don't see a debuff on her at all. Does she TP to the last one you do, or does she TP
She
to you?
teleported to me because I rolled out and kicked, and then she just jumped on me. But I don't think. Yeah, she teleports to me with that. Wanted to ask, I'd really like to tank some high keys on your master, but I really like the gameplay talents of both Explosive Keg and Jade Wind. Is it possible, or am I trolling for playing it? It depends what you mean by high keys. I unfortunately, Jade Wind is just so bad now. They changed it going into midnight, and it's just unfortunately not very good. So you can maybe get away with Exploding Keg, but Jade Wind is really hard to justify using. It's only good if you can have close to 100% uptime on it, and it's really hard to have close to 100% uptime on it unless you're hitting it like literally on cooldown. So I really hate to be like you're trolling, but you might be trolling if you're playing Jade Wind. You can definitely get away with like playing Exploding Keg though. In the future, this has to be either a damage increase or something. We've been on this fight for over 4 minutes now, and it's only a 16.
Yeah.
It's like my Uncle Kagi once said, with great power comes great big booty bitches.
Yo, Neuro, thanks so much for the sub, man. Hopefully you're doing well. What's up, Atlanta? 18s, 19s, yeah, Jadewind does feel like it, unfortunately. Yeah, it's just like not really worth. I wish it was, but the rework to it is really bad. Tanks are okay. I mean,
It
I've
took
only been
forever.
testing Brew today. Yeah, that was a long fight. Yeah, it's a great visual. I wish they would update it or like integrate it with another ability that procs it. Like, let's say if you hit Exploding Keg, it would proc it for like 15 seconds or something. It'd be pretty sick. Ooh, I get to serve some dishes. Let's see, what do these guys want? This guy wants some wine. I can serve some wine. How many people are serving food, though? Oh, just clean up the counter. I'm just gonna keep spamming wine at these people, and hopefully they get drunk enough that they don't remember.
This it does not make you any faster.
Are you the
I'm so
are you the
slow.
busboy?
I'm the broom guy.
Oh, get to cleaning this stuff up. We got a messy
I'm
area.
trying. It literally it makes you slower to have the broom.
There you go. You got Tiger's List. I don't I don't like being there's two chefs. Okay, someone open the door. I got it, maybe. Oh, I should maybe not stand in this. Is he gonna lust?
I just blew all of my CDs.
We blew up too many barrels, I think. That's not good.
I'm gonna tank it. I just did 0 damage to it.
Sorry, that's awkward.
That's fine. I can wait.
We have to destroy the... It's a little troll, in my opinion. Destroy the... Okay.
Not fine.
No, that's not your fault. It's the druid's fault.
I could IV'd.
I mean, he like straight up didn't destroy the barrel he was supposed to, and that's very bad.
You only ever destroyed
Correct.
Fell Barrel, right? And you leave every single other one because now we would be exact.
Yeah, that's ideal. I think you just break Fell Barrel every time. And then that's... Yeah. It's like the last boss of Pit, where like you have one extra add up and it's just like a wipe. And it doesn't help that I can't ping in this room. State of Prot Warrior. I haven't tested it today, but it was really good in the Isle of Fangs or whatever it's called, Altar of Fangs dungeon. Very big fan. I might play it later today. If not, I might play it tomorrow. Nice. We got it. Wait, am I dumb? Is this the way to go? Yeah. Is the Fel Invoker not a caster? Oh, never mind. It started casting right when I said that. Wait, they're all casters. What is this? What is this?
Did they not remove any casters from this dungeon?
I hope they did.
The
I mean,
whole, like, pain point of this dungeon was that it was like 18 fucking casters in every pool.
and yeah. They don't seem to be casting often, right? Like I think you're just like assigning one you assign like one person per mob, but it's kind of like what's Fel Rage? Let that oh, never mind.
I don't know.
All right, these guys are just flyers. Hopefully they don't cast. That'd be very cringe. Oh, what am I doing?
They now just no casters.
Can we stop Drain Life? Oh no, he's immune to CC. Curse of Doom. Hmm.
Why is it a huge ass shield? He's a warlock.
Yeah, Death. Wait, isn't Death Pact a DK ability though?
Dark Pact is that warlock.
Okay, so the Warlock, despite being named Warlock, he doesn't cast anything that you can actually interrupt. And then the things that are just like Reavers or whatever, Flayers, they're the ones that are casting abilities. I'm so confused. Because it's opposite day up here in Augur's Terrace or whatever the name of this little area is. Surely Fell Hunters don't cast anything.
But I just kick your healer. That'd be funny.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Okay. What's causing him to gain stacks?
Shivan?
Punishing swing. Mr. dodged melee attacks increases physical damage done by 30% until she lands an attack.
Isn't that kind of just like gonna stack a ton into brew?
She was getting to like 3 stacks there on every time. Oh, the Fell Hunters might be illegal in high keys. We'll see. They do extra shadow damage on melee hit. Surely I can go all the way to the top with this.
Trust.
Or we just die.
Where'd my HP go?
You have Curse of Doom on you? I'm guessing we dodged this high beam.
3 blade dances.
Oh, this pull might actually be illegal then.
I like walked into the pool and was just like dead.
Yeah, this might have been a scary pull. I mean, I don't know what anything does in here.
Not true.
Oh my god.
Curse of Doom.
I'm trying to finish
It's
this.
a soak. Alright. Yeah, it's a soak. It's a soak.
Wait, what's a soak?
Curse of Doom. Right? Spread among. Oh, never mind. It's not a soak. I don't think it is. Yeah, it looks like a soak.
It does. It does
It
look
says
like a
spread
soak.
among all enemies or all allies.
Wait, so it would be a soak then, right?
Yeah, I think so. I took a 1.4 mil from it, so that's why I'm confused. also a decurse, which I believe Druid can do.
I think the
right?
druid died, and then oh,
Doom guards. What are these doom guards? Oh, they're gone.
favorite wine? I don't drink wine. I don't really have a favorite. What's the buffer finishing the RP? It's like 10%. I think it's 10% dam. Other mobs that do magical damage on melee. It's Spellbound Battle or Peak Design. Yeah, so good. Yeah, so good. Lovely.
Oh wait. Big wrecking throw value.
Oh, yes. Wrecking Throw.
Forgot I even had this.
So you pretty much like need a curse to spell for this dungeon. That's crazy.
What the fuck? we just died. Is it just like not being healthy, not clicking a DR, or we did something wrong?
You never know on PTR.
I like hella natty that, but it did
That was the first pull. It was all right.
534K. So I guess you have to click a DR. It's a lot of damage.
What was that ability called? Was it the axe? No, it wasn't the axe. In
Uh,
Infernal Crush?
Demonic Rage.
Demonic Rage.
He flies into throwing rage, dealing damage to all players while this is active. He gains movement speed, suffers 30% incoming damage, and gains burning except for 15 seconds, which is where he puts the fire ground. Axe toss is what happens before that, I think. No. Axe toss happens when we do the single target thing. Infernal Crush hits us first. Then we had Demonic Rage. And we just, like, 3 people died of Demonic Rage.
Huh. I'm gonna pay a little bit more attention this time. So this is a tank hit plus healing reduction.
And you technically probably want to, like, pop your shit when he's doing the burning thing.
Yeah, I would imagine that would be the case.
Because it's a 30% amp.
Yeah.
So now we all get hit here.
Yeah, it's the Infernal Crush.
And then does this. And this hit everyone for a huge amount. Yeah, we're all healthy.
So what happened there? Like
I think people just weren't healthy.
Okay.
And I didn't click anything. Because when I like nattied it, I took like 500k. which is like 70% of my HP or 80% of my HP.
There's quite a bit.
It's probably also just. I guess it's when you would less, and you just aim to like two-phase this guy or something.
I think we'll run out of room pretty quickly if we don't face him next time. Wait, why is it on me? I don't remember that. This is not good. I like meant to have him at the edge of the room, but I didn't, so. Oh, never mind. The poop disappears. Okay. I forgot fights are actually
You have
free.
plenty of them.
Okay,
It's
never
just
mind.
not dying to the damage, and just making sure you beat this, I guess. I mean, you just I guess it's just kill Axe before
It is
you
ideal.
get,
I can
rage.
I can touch every other, which is good.
I can't tell if I'm playing Colossus single target wrong or the Colossus single target is just shit.
It's really bad. Unless the tier set like ups their single target damage, I'd imagine that you just like.
I mean, technically it does, but I think it's worse than the current live tier set.
Defiled Slam. That is big damn. Why is this guy hitbox so tiny? I like, can't hit him.
Fucking hit on him.
What's this? Oh,
That's the beams. Where are you gonna melt it?
can you?
I melted and I think it ended it early. Unless I'm crazy.
This could be bad.
Be illegal.
Holy. Okay.
Maybe be illegal.
Well, I guess it's also like I should pull them back more because we were kind of like forced to the next patrol, which I didn't realize was gonna happen. It's fire damage, the AoE. That's good to know. I don't know if that helps me at all, but
I can match DR, but I use it for it anyways.
oh,
This guy's hitbox is too small.
it's
for
very tiny.
how big of a model he is. Oh, fuck.
Oh, I think I cheesed it there. Sorry, no, I'm just standing up on the wall. No biggie.
Chill. It's honestly not that bad.
I feel like the fell beam is just
Foam is the only bad thing. Because I don't want to die to it, but I also don't do it.
that might have been my bad. I think I chained at a weird time and the guy got just leapt on. Absolutely demolished. Flay. Well, there's definitely a little less casters in this area. That's good. Oh, I just kicked into nothing. I am blind.
It's okay, old man.
Oh. Movement speed increased by 50, damage taken reduced by 30. Okay, so that's all it does. That's not that bad, actually. You still don't want it to go off, but you can soothe it.
The rage cast on the fighters.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a movement and speed increase.
So it's like the least important thing to kick if there are action casters.
See, this is not allowed. Like, why are there 45 imps?
Just killing them
Can
all.
I, like, grab this guy at least? Or maybe I do that next pull onto that pack and it's just you blow it up.
This pack isn't doing it, right?
Shouldn't.
Never mind.
So that
Go
actually
on,
doesn't
go.
seem that bad. It's just, I think it's just seeing it for the first time.
So
I'd
this
prob-
is Silk, I think. I don't know though.
The
I
Curse of
might just
Doom?
die. Yeah, okay, I live this time.
I think it was dispelled.
Unless I
That's
get
probably why you lived.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
I assume Warlock is definitely the prio here.
I don't know if that tall lady does anything. I don't know what her name is, but
The Shipment, I think it only does damage to you. Or and like it does the pulsing AoE, but
that was the stacking thing from earlier. Never mind. I thought that was like a unique mob. Oh, we're gonna be short count. This is good. Should I jump down into the pit so we have to deal with like 10 of these golems?
no.
I'm trying to
That
see
sounds
if like
very not fine. Holy shit, there's so many circles.
I can't tell if this is doing damage to me or if I'm avoiding it.
I'm also gonna check some.
Okay, that does damage.
Stuck on a lamppost.
Oh.
This
I'm just going.
this area might be off limits. Just maybe.
God, these mobs suck. Doc Green, no.
Can't tell if these mobs suck because we don't have any damage, or if these mobs suck because they suck.
I think they suck because they suck.
True.
That seems kind of illegal. So no skip.
How much is the captain at the start order?
I don't know. Now, is this fight the same? That's the real question. Like, trying to pull away from the gate so you guys can actually take it.
Oh, I did fucking Colossus Smash. I'm such a child.
Time warp is ready.
I literally can't cast anything. Like, I have no range.
Seems like the M's don't have a lot of health.
My Demolish was right there.
I'm try if I can just do this. Yeah, laugh at me. I definitely miscount. That's all right though. I actually kind of like this fight outside of the imps being a little like too spread out.
Usually cast his next. I want to test something.
You're gonna leap.
No, I wanted to taunt Spell Reflect.
Uh,
Cast,
it
cast,
doesn't.
cast.
It doesn't taunt it at. It doesn't aim at tank. It just casts on a random player.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. It's like awkward because I'm trying to. Oh. Yeah, I think it's a thing where it's like we just hope that it aims at you and then.
Yeah, I mean, if I had that like actual stuff, I would know if it's targeting me. I just wanted to see if it's like a taunt do and then slam, but
They really made it so if you fall into that pit, you're just fucking dead, by the way. Like, there's just 3 golems down there. That's kind of insane. Oh, this pull also is kind of illegal. These guys kind of hurt.
it's also kind of illegal from a melee POV.
Yeah, the uptime is crazy.
Oh. We go back. There's a bunch of imps over here. And flares.
Imps are fun.
Yeah, very fun. There's some flares over here and stuff. You'd go like the flare onto an impact. They do not give a lot of percent.
Oh, this should be enough, I'd imagine.
Yeah, these flares are like under percent.
Oh, yeah, I can share the edit mode string, I think, maybe. You're able to interact with this overload golem.
I picked up a crystal earlier, so maybe you can like do something with them, or like professionalize or whatever.
Does it fight for you if you summon it? I'm guessing it does.
It takes damage over time, so I guess it's like a temporary summon you can do for like defiled golem pool or whatever you wanted to,
Maybe.
or just like to pull it onto something big.
Yeah, maybe. It probably. I'm assuming because can you click on these or no?
I don't see like a cover over.
You don't see a little cog icon.
Thing. Nothing's happening.
Okay, it must be my engineering then. That's allowing me to do it.
Yeah, so this dungeon and
Blinding Veil kind of
need,
suck, yeah.
a lot of work, or else they are gonna be a do them once, never do them again. I would rather do Ruby Life Pools.
I'm very excited for Ruby Life Pools actually.
I'm just traumatized from Ruby Life Pools and having to heal it one time. It is not a very fun experience.
In the way you are doing PTR testing, Blood Elf to see purges would be nice. I could technically change to Blood Elf.
That Kokia and Karaka are both like strictly 2-target bosses. It's kind of hard to do them 3-target just because the nature of the mobs around them. How is Altar?
Altar is one of the best dungeons they've put into this game in a very, very long time. I am a big fan. It's yeah, I don't know. I don't really have much to say. I think the mechanics are sick. I think the dungeon's sick. There's some really cool spell reflect tech as well, which I think is making my opinion of it much higher than it probably should be. There's like a lot of damage that you can immune as a warrior, both protection and the DPS specs that not only can be immune, but it's also free damage that it's just so good. Yeah. I don't know.
Huge. I love hearing that. I assume they haven't done any of the other dungeon testing yet.
Nope,
Like,
that's next week. That'll be RLP, King's Rest, and Sethi.
Sick. Is Den bad? Or is it kind of like chill? Because I remember it had
Den?
a lot of kind of stinky casters at the start.
No, it's very good.
Okay.
We can do it next.
Is the like snow area
Also
bad?
very chill. It's very easy.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm chilling. Yeah, low target count though. Arms feels a little bit sinky right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if I am doing something inherently wrong with my rotation or if it's just the nature of, you know, maybe dying or whatever, but like rage feels really bad in low target, especially single target. Like I'm legitimately just sitting on my hand sometimes because I can't cast anything. I don't know if you've had any other warriors you've tested with that have given any feedback as well, but yeah, it feels pretty stinky.
I played with a couple warriors, but they seem to do good in AoE, just not great in single target. That's just like always true.
Yeah.
Let me share in my Discord. That section, that import string
worried.
isn't the full thing. I'll put it in my general chat in Discord.
Like Cleave is
Or I'll put it in my.
It's just very
Where should I put it
unfortunate
actually?
how bad it. It's what's not even just that it feels bad in single target. It feels really bad in single target with no Sky Fury.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sky Fury is just needed for Warrior. At least arms.
I think Arms 100% needs it. Which is very unfortunate. I wish it didn't. I wish it just had a good rage economy, and then like Sky Fury was just like, oh, you get to cast a little bit more in single target. It is what it is. I also need to level the Pally.
Oh, to play
Or
Ret?
maybe yeah, I might like mess around with
That could be
little
good.
rating bits. Because I think I'm pretty solidly landed on playing Warrior and Ret, and most likely rating on whichever one feels better in raid slash we don't have access of.
Oh, there you go. Probably Warrior. I don't know.
It'll probably be Warrior. Like if Kim is playing Pally, especially like unless Ret Pally is doubling the damage of a Warrior, or Warrior just plays like shit. But I don't think it will. I think it'll go fine. There's a 2-target cleave boss, so Warrior's OP.
It has to be, right?
Yeah,
This has to be
truly.
good.
And there's obviously still time for more changes to be made to this
Yeah,
class.
tuning hasn't happened yet. Like big, I feel like big tuning.
Tuning hasn't happened, and I think there is definitely some changes to be done to our tree and just overall how the class functions that could like change it a lot. Namely, just rage economy. They fix rage economy. I think arms is pretty goaded.
It should feel good without needing other classes to play with, like Shaman. I feel like when you
Yes.
play with Shaman, though, your rage economy is probably fine.
I think with Sky Fury, your rage economy is good in that you will sometimes have dead GCDs, but you'll have them very rarely comparably.
Yeah.
Like right now, if I'm just collecting my single target abilities when I have them, I either have to not try to slam to be able to Mortal Strike more, or I just have to get like lucky or something, or there's just multiple targets. Like I don't know if I'm slamming too much in single target, and that's why I'm running out of rage without Sky Fury, or the class just naturally has sheer rage. I definitely don't want to go back to whatever the season was where you had infinite rage. I don't think Arms needs infinite rage. That is boring because then you are just slam spamming.
Yeah, that would be no bueno.
But it would be nice to have a good enough rage economy that I do not feel bad about pressing slam
You like the look of
considering
it? I
my
mean, the look
Apex
of it's
talent
fine.
wants me to press single target abilities. Which includes slam.
What a non-rewarding ability to hit, though.
Yeah, Now, I wish Slam just didn't exist. Um, but it is what it is.
Sometimes it just do be like that.
Like they could remove Slam and make it only like some sort of proc off of like Fervor Battle, and then buff the proc rate of your Apex talent and have it replace Mortal Strike. So Mortal Strike becomes Heroic Strike. And then GG.
Hopefully one day.
But Slam just feels like a very
People who
button
don't like it
depressed.
are a bit uncultured. Kind of is just a crazy com.
It does not do impressive damage.
How are the Brewmasters brews doing now? They have a 1.5. Oh, you mean minute cooldown? It's the shield value over the course of a key is going to be near similar. All it is it's a nerf to how often we get Apex talent controlled resets, which is just a nerf to cooldown read. Like it's just CDR basically nerf. It feels fine like defensively, but it's bad rotationally. So I don't like the change. Yeah. We'll see if we can find a DPS, and if we can't find a group, I might take a break for a bit because I gotta go eat.
Yeah, I'm down. I mean, if you want to just take a break, I am down as well. I'm in no rush. I just popped on because I was bored.
Yeah. That might be the play then.
I am down.
All right, sick. All right. We can then run this at some point later.
Sounds good.
All right, well, thanks for gaming. I'm gonna dip for a bit.
Yep. I will talk to you later.
Catch you later. Yeah, so I mean overall I don't know. That's such a weird brewmaster change, and I don't know if it was an attempt to make light brewing more of a enticing like talent, but I just can't see a world where light brew like it didn't really change anything, because if you played light brewing before, you just got to use this 20% more often versus this, which is still 20% more often. Just what ChatGPT told them to do. I can't really think of a solution. Maybe they didn't like, so I'm trying to think through it. So what's the issue with Celestial Infusion being a short CD, like how it is on live or how it's been for the last 7 years, is it's like arguably a rotational ability at this point, especially with how weak it is. You just use it to get Apex talent resets. But the problem with the Apex talent is that when you have Celestial Infusion and Purifying Brew, obviously is like part of your core rotation, you end up having like a not a bloated rotation, but it's loaded. You're hitting buttons every second. Like you don't really have any downtime. Which means that you can't really fit in something like Chi Burst or something like Rushing Jade Wind into the rotation comfortably without feeling like you're munching your procs. And so maybe their ideology is we want to create a little more room in the rotation for you to be able to fit in something like Rushing Jade Wind or Exploding Keg or Chi Burst where it feels organic. And that's like the only thing I can think of trying to have like a positive light on it. But I think overall it's just a bad change. Like it doesn't do anything. It's not increasing our healing or increasing our survivability against certain tank busters because we're never using it for tank busters anymore. That's just not how the ability works. It's a rotational feature that gives us a small DR and that gives us a reset on our keg smash, which gives us more cooldown reduction. It's just a catalyst at this point. Do you think there's a chance we drop Apex with the CB change? No. Because the Apex talent isn't necessarily it's like partly about that, but like if we look at our overall healing in this last dungeon, if I can pull it up. The reason why it's so good is because Refreshing Drink is just good. Do you think they'll revert the HT nerfs at some point? Maybe with the CB change, or CI change, but I don't know. I think there's a world where I mean, I think Blizzard wants us to play Apex talents. I just think that's true. That's why it's a feature of this expansion. They don't want us to not play them. That's why they try so hard to like rework classes to make Apex talents like really powerful and almost like you have to take them. Which sucks because it would be cool if this wasn't as strong as it would. And then you just drop all these points, and now all of a sudden you're just like, okay, I can play Exploding Keg, Tornadoes, I can play another HG, and maybe I can play Nizao, I can play Celestial Flames, I can play Determination, I can play Oxdans. Like you would have more options, but it's just not realistic. It's too good. All these acronyms are starting to sound like the LA Shaman Discord. Yeah, that's true. I normally don't like acronyms, because it doesn't. I don't want to say like it's not gatekeeping, but it's just if someone was sitting in here and they don't know much about Brew, and then everyone's like CI and PB and SCK, KS, BOF. It's like what are yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I'm also too dumb normally. So yeah, I try not to use acronyms unless I know the person I'm directly talking to is also using the acronyms, then it's fine. But HT stands for high tolerance, which is this talent here. But yeah, acronyms. I don't like acronyms. I hate them in like corporate lingo too. So I just quit my job, and before when I put in my 2 weeks, they were like, make sure you get all your SOPs finished. I'm like, what the fuck is an SOP? I don't know what that is, so I had to go Google it. It's like it's fucking standard operating procedure or whatever the fuck. Yeah. No, acronyms are dumb, man. I hate acronyms. Unless the acronym is funny. Like, unless the acronym is a funny word or I don't know, an inside joke, then it's not good. Our Apex is one of the best things that happened to us in your opinion. It's good self-healing, energy insane is funny throwing beers to others. Yeah, I think I'm not against the Apex talent. I just wish the only thing I'd like is if it was a situational thing. Like if there was a time like, okay, like it's really good for rot damage, but like let's say it only healed allies and it didn't heal us. Then you can make the argument like, well, okay, maybe I don't need to play like the last town or something, you right? Like if it was just weaker. But if you played in pre-patch when they like reworked Brew but didn't have the Apex, it was like the worst thing ever. You were constantly energy starved all the time. and it just felt really clunky to play. And now it feels like the Apex Talent is such a core part of our kit now that if you don't play it, you just can't play the class. And it's kind of unfortunate because it feels like almost like Blizzard dug themselves a hole with this, because if they ever wanted to make like rework it, they'd have to rework the entire class again, or it just won't be fun to play. Oh, you mean like Cinderbur Meadery? Yeah, that'd have been funny. I'll have to jump on the PTR at some other point this week and test all the other tanks. I probably won't do it today. I'm probably going to be getting off here shortly just because got to go like eat and go to the store and stuff. My plan is to have a video out. I'm going to record it today. I just don't know if I'll publish it today or tomorrow, but I want to like talk about Brewmaster, the state of Brewmaster, basically, how it is right now. And then I'll be reviewing the rest of the tanks like throughout this week. I have a couple of tier sets I still need to review. I have to wait on Blood DK because they're reworking it anyways. And I'm pretty sure Guardian Druid is still bugged. I have to double check, but it was bugged the other night when I was testing it. It was really difficult to like play with. Because I was playing Druid of the Claw and my Ravage procs kept getting et. Like whenever I'd mangle, it would just get rid of the buff. Like it was like canceling it almost, canceling the aura. So I need to dissect that because that's not not intended. They also just fixed Paladin. Paladin was bugged to shit as well until this week, so there's like a lot I have to kind of catch up on. Yeah, the VDH video, I wasn't able to do any dungeon testing with it last week. I think I started exploring in the tier set like the night before they took down the build, and like literally no one was on. I sat in queue for like 30 minutes and no one was queuing up to the key, and I was like, all right, fuck it. So I just pulled some leeches in the dungeon just to see like what the damage breakdown looks like and stuff. Yeah, it sucks because VDH is really fun to play. Like it's actually so fun to play. It's so RNG defensively and offensively that it's just like it's not rewarding because it's just inconsistent. When you play Brewmaster who didn't have the Apex yet, it felt really strange. Like the class was very incomplete as you couldn't really play the class without the Apex. Yeah, you just like you didn't have energy, you weren't getting resets, like, and it was just rough. It was really bad. Plus they had reworked the like they disabled the tier sets and then they like reworked the hero talent trees so you like couldn't play with even the full tree. It was like so weird. Yeah, I mean there's a lot with VDH they need to do, I think, like at least in my opinion. They need to make it not okay. First off, I think Feldev is like falling out of favor, right? Like you just like never really actually want to hit Fell Devastation anymore. They need to make Feldev give you meta again for a couple seconds, or I don't know, like something. The Apex talent cannot be as strong as it is and as RNG as it is. It needs to be controlled. It needs to be based on like it should be like every X amount of casts of something it should proc it. Or every amount of like soul fragments consumed. It should guarantee a proc on your next X cast. I'm not sure what that cast would be, but the fact that you get like ramping chance to proc based off of your spender, that it does increase the proc every stack you get of the untethered rage, but you could just get you might have to farm out 2 extra stacks every single time compared to another DH in an identical run, and you're gonna die in a pull where you might not die in a previous run, or you might not die in a future run to that pull. Feldev is just aggro snap, basically. I mean, yeah, but it's not even that anymore, especially with the new tier set. Like Digital Flame should be plenty. And now that your Soul Cleave hits everything, there's no reason to like there's no like you don't have to like time a Spirit Bomb properly. You just like start generating soul fragments and fury, and then you just start sending soul cleaves in it. As long as you're standing in front of the mobs, it's hitting everything. Every 20 soul fragments consumed, reduce a cooldown by 5 seconds. Yeah, that can be an option. Like it's just it's too inconsistent, but the issue is that it's in conjunction with each other, right? It's the fact that you have a hero talent that's RNG and an Apex talent that's RNG, and then when you have those two RNG elements layered on top of each other, it's terrible. It's terrible design. It's fun if in a vacuum, but in like in kind of like the reality of gameplay, it just doesn't work. How does energy economy feel with the loss of the tier set on Brew? You don't notice it. I think people under or overvalued the tier set in season 1. Like Keg Smash being reduced by 5 energy is nothing, because there's oftentimes you'll be sitting at full energy, and you're just like not spending energy at all. So I have not noticed it in any of these runs that I've been playing. I pretty much always have energy when I need it. Is Brewmaster doing well? I think it's doing okay. I think it's right now. I haven't really tested either tanks. I've seen a lot of people testing like Paladins and Warriors and VDHs. BDK I think is unplayable right now because of their tier set, and I think the Druid is also bugged. So I think most players are leaning towards those, but I haven't been like lurking in a lot of people testing PTR the last couple. I've been doing other stuff. So you don't need to know what the tier set in season 1 does because it just doesn't do anything. I would say it feels the same. I'll do a video on this today. Like I'll record it today, whether it's going to get posted today or tomorrow. I haven't decided yet because I also have a few commentaries I need to record, which I'll be doing probably after I eat a early dinner or late lunch. I don't even know. I would say it's just, like it feels the same. It's gonna actually feel a little bit better because of our increased secondary stats. I think the trinkets are also better this next season, which also is good. But the tier set has a little effect on how you play. And when I say little, I mean almost no effect on how you play the class. I tried Prot Warrior last week during Altar of Fangs, and I fell in love with Prot Warrior again. I'm very excited to play it this season. Again, I kind of put it on my bench this last season. I think I'm still like 260 atomable on it on live. I gotta start gearing it up actually. Prot Warrior feels a lot better for a lot of reasons. I think the change that they made to like their Ravager, I think feels really, really good. I was playing Colossus. I think Colossus feels better. I don't like playing Thane. I think Thane is too spammy. I think it's too just like Thunderclap spammy. It's also slightly RNG on resets on Thunderblasts. Your favorite e-girl went live. Who's that? Colossus feels wonky. Have you played it on PTR? So they've made it so Demolish is always a 30-second CD. So you don't have to like play around the CDR anymore. You just kind of send it on and you send it and it's like fine. What I like about it is you get like little burst windows. Not me, that's fair. That's arguably good. Have fun watching your favorite streamer. Yeah, so it's like what I like about Warrior. I can log over to it and talk about it really quick here before I get off. So the tier set is Ravager based. Ravager getting reworked now increases all your bleed damage. You now have Fueled by Violence, which heals you for all the bleed damage you do. Your tier set applies a new bleed from your Revenge. They've made it so you can proc more free Revenges with Best Serve Cold. And yeah, your Ravager makes your bleeds do 50% more damage when your Ravager's active. And then when you play Colossus, you gain haste outside every time you demolish, which is every 30 seconds. And then it also applies deep wounds to all the targets that it hits. So every 30 seconds, you have like this massive influx of damage and healing and haste. And so these little bursts of cooldowns feels really good. And I think Ravager itself is still weak. I think they need to tune up the numbers a little bit on it from the actual on use versus the proc. But yeah, the proc is awesome. I mean, you proc it like 2 or 3 times a minute. It's fairly regular. But yeah, I think Prot looks really, really, really good. I haven't tested in these new dungeons, but if I base it just off of my experience playing in Altar of Fangs, it's like, yeah, it's probably going to be up there with Brew as my favorite tank. Now, I always enjoy playing Prot Warrior. It's probably my second go-to. Like, if I had the option, if all tanks were equally balanced and you were like, all right, then list them in order of how much you enjoy to play them. Brew by far is the highest, but Prot Warrior is probably a close second. My only issue with Warrior is sometimes you have to spam ignore pain so much that my fingers just start hurting. Because the APM just becomes so high. But yeah, if we look at the hero talent here, it might be hard to see, but you have Decimator, which demolishes Final Strike, applies deep wounds to all targets at 100% effectiveness, which is awesome. Cut to the Bone, Shield Slam critical strikes increases rend and deep wounds damage by 15%. And then when you finish your Final Strike, you also gain 10% haste, which feels phenomenal. And it guarantees the next crit, which then obviously applies Cut to the Bone. They made it so Bloodborne now increases all bleed effects and not just rend and deep wounds. So now it should affect your tier set in theory. And yeah, the Ravager changes I think are really good. So they buffed up the damage of how much damage Ravager actually deals, so it feels good as an actual cooldown, or when it does proc, you actually notice it versus it just like existing for rage. And then it also makes your bleed stick really hard, which just feels, again, phenomenal. Big fan. I think the feedback loop for Prot Warrior feels really good, and we have more secondary stats. The single target's good. It's like fine. Especially because they made it that your auto attacks can now proc best served cold. So it's your dodges, your parries, and auto attacks make your revenge cost no rage. So what it means is that in single target, you're going to have the ability to be tankier without sacrificing your single target damage, because outside of the global cost of hitting revenge, it's not costing you rage because it's happening off of your auto attacks. So it's just such a massive win. I hope you're well. Have you had a chance to test VDH yet? Not today, and I probably won't test it today. I might test it off stream a little bit tonight, if I jump back on PTR. But my plan is to. I don't have any 4th of July plans, so I'm gonna be basically home all weekend just gaming. So I'll probably test some of the other tanks this weekend on stream. Today we just did Brew. Where am I going? I need to find the training enemies. So yeah, if I come in here and I just start auto attacking, my auto attacks will have a chance to make this revenge free. So I no longer have to dodge. And now my revenge is going to apply this Bloody Rebuke. And then if we open up the combat log, I should be getting Fueled by Violence, but I don't know if it's going to proc if I'm full health. It might actually proc. Maybe it doesn't. Because I'm not taking damage. But yeah, now we have Rend, we have Bloody Rebuke, and we can send a Demolish to get the deep wounds applied. So yeah, the single target feels really good. Yeah, I hope that like makes sense. I love Warrior though. It feels really good, and the fact that we're gonna be able to get into like the 1,000+ haste range while also being able to get some crit and verse means that you're gonna do more damage and you're just gonna be tankier across the board. And the class is gonna have a cadence of spells and like spell usages that just make the class feel fluid, which is the most important thing. That's why I don't like playing haste based tanks at the start in like season 1, which is funny because it's every tank is haste based. I just think that tanks normally feel really bad in the first season outside of like Brewmaster because they aren't contingent on haste. Felt depressing this season. It's always depressing when you can't play the class you enjoy the most, and whether it's because it's undertuned or because it just can't reach the secondary stats that are required to make the class feel good. I think the rework that they did to Prot going into Midnight may kind of really hurt them on that front. I think they're now more haste reliant than they have been in the past, which just feels bad. And always will feel bad. So I'm hoping they're good again. I don't know if I wanted them to be meta per se, because I think they were meta more recently. I do want to see a new tank kind of become meta. I would love it if BDK was meta for a season. I don't think they've been like meta since Shadowlands, which is a long time ago. It was Shadowlands into Dragonflight into the War Within, and now that we're in Midnight, they haven't been meta for what? Over 8 seasons? What's the best way to gear an alt right now? It kind of depends. There's a couple of options. If you have a lot of currency called Voidlight Marl, like let's say you're someone who's been playing a lot and you do a lot of world content, you should have a bunch of Voidlight Marl saved up. And then if you come to this dude right here, near the portal to go to the dungeons in Silvermoon, on live servers, he'll sell a chest that allows you to just buy champion gear. Now it's a little RNG. It's not great, but you can like spend all of your Marl just like turbo gearing a character to champ gear. I would say that. I think praise are pretty good. And then you can also do some world content down here, and you can like buy hero track gear. Hero and champ track gear, I should say. I don't remember which vendor it is though. Play bear only? Yeah. Yeah, I wish I hated myself enough to play bear only. So yeah. Those are the best ways I would gear. If not, if you have like a group of people you play with, just I don't know, you could probably just like spam some 12s and just start using your bonus rolls. Your bonus rolls, you can get myth track gear, and you should have 20 or 22 of them now. It does cost a bit of gold and marl to get, but if you have the ability to spend that much gold on rerolls, yeah, just do 10s. Just do a 10 dungeon and reroll, and you're good. Played guard. You swapped? What do you mean you swapped? Are you a feral druid main now, or are you back on your rogue? Rogue is your alt? Oh, yeah, that's fair. Yep. It's pretty cool. Are you 23 resilient on your bear? Have you gotten that academy yet? That was the last one you were missing, right? Gonna do it tonight. You're missing. No shot. You're missing MC still, right? That's a joke. Unless you mean 24. You keep depleting AA by 3 seconds, or Myasara by 3 seconds. You gotta lock in for that. Are you using your group's 23 result to get it? Or are you playing with like a meta comp? AA by 3 seconds. Oof. It's unlucky. It could be worse. Just meta comp, we did non-resills. Fucking W, dude. Legendary. The rise of Oak goes crazy. It's a real underdog story. The fact that you geared that guy up in like 3 days and then now you're like 23 Resil after like 2 weeks is nuts. Pretty crazy. Gotta make a video. Yeah, dude. Dude, that video would pop off, I think. I think that video would actually be so good if I tanked for 4 weeks and here's what I learned. And then you just say bear's fucking easy, just face roll your head across your keyboard. You can interview. How would that work? Here's what I learned, but I'm gonna have Shaw in here to give his 2 cents about how easy bear is. Yeah. Thrash Moonfire Lunar Beam. Yep. It's very funny. $0.02 about taking in season 1. There's a why my group sucks ass. No, I'm kidding. My group's great. We just don't play. We do 1 session a week for 2 hours. We do a warm up and a cool down. We actually did all right this last week. We got Windrunner and Nexus. We got them like back to back, and then we just called it a day. We rolled, I think, 3 or 4 23 AAs, and we're just like, we're not doing that key. Brazil was below, man. I don't like Brazil keys. Not a fan. Making a push group is so rough for the average player, Sai. Yeah, it's tough. I started working on a video script for that topic yesterday, and I have like a good outline for it. It's not easy though. Like I started like when you start writing it down, just I was kind of like talking anecdotally about like my experience like finding players to play with. It's a grind. It is not something you just do overnight. There's a lot of things you have to keep in mind. You want to pair with people who are like do a lot of damage, but also you want to find people who are like good at interrupting, but you want to find people who aren't like toxic and aren't just gonna like leave after a wipe. So it's like finding the right people is already hard. There's a social element to it as well. Understanding like strategies and stuff. Also building a network of people who are like good and you want to play with. You kind of have to do it one part at a time. But I think like the script at least that I started working on is really about identifying like what makes like identifying your goals and then after you know what you want to do for the season, which goals can change, but like let's just say you're like I want to push 20s. I want to get 1% title. You have to like then curate a list of traits that you're looking for in runs and when you start finding those people, you have to just start adding them. But then it's all about making sure you're playing consistently with people more or less. But yeah, making a push group is definitely hard because there's skill parity. That's like the biggest part. And a lot of the times the people who can push high keys are the people who are already pushing high keys and they have a group. Breaking into it is the hardest part. I wish there was like an easy answer. I wish it was just like just go to the site and there's a bunch of people or just do this one thing in game and you'll have all the best play. Yeah, it's just there's no like good solution. How do the dungeons feel? I'll do a video on it. I think two of the dungeons are really good. I think Voidscar Arena and Den of Nalarak actually are really fun. I think the other two need a little bit of work. And then Altar of Fangs is I love it. So I think right now it's like a good 3 of the 5 dungeons we've been able to test I think are good. They're hitting. It's needing people that play as much as you do. That is also hot. That is also tough and a factor that I didn't really account for. Yeah. Yep. It's there's a lot of goals, right? Like you just mentioned, it's the goals, it's the skill level, it's the time commitment. And then yeah, of course, it's socially as well. Yeah, but I'd say the dungeons feel pretty okay. I think I need to test them a little bit more. I only ran all of them once. And so I think off of first impression, I would say the dungeon we were able to test last week was a banger. I thought Altar of Fangs is probably like an S tier dungeon for me. I would say Den of Nalarak is probably a solid like B plus or maybe A minus. Um, I would say the same probably for Voidscar, probably like A minus, similar to Den. But I think the other two are like C's. Like I was not a fan of either of them. Like I did not have fun in the dungeon. Like when I was doing the dungeon, I was just kind of sitting there like I'm not really having fun here. They were just 15s. Well, some of them were 16s, but we were just doing 15s and 16s. I'll probably try to do higher keys later in the PTR cycle, but right now I'm just trying to get a feel for the mechanics. Uh, yeah. I know there's an ad running right now, so I'm not trying to talk too much about the group stuff. You found that group satisfy some of those, but they don't want to aim as high or quit mid-season. You found a group that satisfied. You satisfied all, but socially didn't get along with them. It's just rough out here. It's definitely hard. I'm not gonna like pretend it's easy. Oh, are you asking them what key level? I think it's different. I mean, you're coming from a position where you know a lot of players who are pushing higher keys already. I'm just thinking like when I first started playing. Yeah, I think everyone had an ad. I could run an ad every 2 seconds though. Yeah, I'm not playing with your fucking druid, dude. I refuse. I don't want to feel like an inadequate tank. True colors were shown. Yeah, true colors were shown. You stopped inviting me to your keys when you started tanking. That's unlucky. Unlucky. You're in the 1920 range, but wanted to push higher. Yeah, it's also weird because I feel like a lot of people in that bracket right now. It's hard to find people in that bracket who are encouraged to keep pushing higher because a lot of them are probably just pushing for the 1%. And if you're pushing that currently, I mean, the season's coming to a closer to an end, right? So it's like hard to be in that range and still want to like try to push for like the 0.1% title. You just mean you had friends who didn't want to play with me, and then all of a sudden I got 22 Brazil, and you were asked? Oh, yeah. Brazil does show true colors. I think that's just like true. I don't even like. I don't know. Brazil definitely does that to people. It's very gatekeepy. Wasn't it the same for you last 20 with 20 Brazil? Dude, last season was a blur. I feel like we didn't push though. Like we were like Brazil 16, and then you came in at the end of the season. You're like, "Hey, do you want to do you want to use my Brazils?" And then we just did, and then we got Brazil 20 or 21 or whatever it was, and I definitely noticed a difference. Like once we like this season, it's been different because I feel like we've been pushing every week, and we've had kind of the upper echelon of Brazil. It's definitely a lot more people hit you up when you have Brazil or they know you have Brazil. I think we've only benefited from. Did we even benefit? I'm trying to think because I think the only person who would have given us a Brazil this season would have been you, and I can't think of a key you gave us this season that we used to get Brazil anything. We've been kind of natty pushing. We're just like playing more, which is good. Yeah, we actually. I mean, we're not playing as much as like other groups do, but we definitely are playing a lot more. And it helps having a like an actual full group. I think last season we didn't have a full group, which is what also made it difficult. Our rogue situation's been rough this season. Only once you get Brazil, people will want to play with you because they can use you as an Uber for the Brazil. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm not a fan of doing Brazils. Um, I like workshopping with a set group of people, and like then it feels rewarding to actually get the key done. Like Brazil keys never feel good to finish. Like even if you're homeworking it or just trying to like improve your timer, they just don't feel like when we went from having like I think our first pit that we timed was like really slow. Like we had like 10 seconds left, and then we all of a sudden were like 3 minutes under. It didn't feel better. Showing off my big dragon booty as I AFK'd for a second. Do you think the gearing changes in Midnight will impact in playing longer this season? I think it will make people either play longer or quit earlier. I think the gearing changes that they're making, I think, are a net negative. I've been thinking about this a lot. Oh, I never knew this road was up here. So the reason why I think it's a net negative is because in every past season, you would just like, let's say your first vault of the season, you open it up and you have a chest piece in there and it has really bad stats, but if you catalyze it, it turns into a tier piece and it has it's a stat, it has good stats right on it. But now, because tier items they retain the secondary stats, it's going to take you a lot longer to farm your ideal BIS, and you could just get unlucky. You just will. Like, again, they're keeping bonus rolls, which might help, but it's going to force you to target dungeons and roll in dungeons that you might not necessarily want to roll in versus rolling in the raid. And so the thing that you could do is just send a tier set like charges on like items that just aren't perfect stats, and you just deal with it because that's how tier sets have been. But I don't know. I don't think the gearing changes are necessarily going to be good. I think it's going to prolong how long it takes you to get like perfectly BISed out. He tanked earlier in the season, but on VDH, some of the people you play with dipped because I wasn't on a meta tank as well. Yeah, that is also a factor. Yeah, I really try to enjoy. I enjoy playing with people who are really good at their spec, and they don't have to necessarily be meta. Now I do play Physcom, so that makes it a little bit easier. But generally speaking, I just like playing with people who enjoy playing their class, and especially if they're good at it, right? Like I liked playing with Feral Druids before it was cool. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about the gearing next season. I also don't like the way that they're redesigning Raid Loot in a weird way. Like it seems like just mythic gear with extra steps, which just doesn't feel good either. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'm a little skeppy. A little skepped out. Dude, the Eastern Kingdoms is fucking massive. Yeah, but it's funny when people's true colors start to show like that. I wonder what they could do to make that different. Like, I wonder if they could even do anything. Could they make it so Resil is just specific to the group that you run with? Like, what if they like your Resil was tied to IDs? How crazy would that be? That'd be so bad for Pugs, dude. That'd be so bad. Pugs would never have Resil, and all the top groups would have Resil. But then you couldn't like use a top group's key to have Resil. Dude, that would actually be so bad. Never mind. Because not being able to find a consistent group to push with, I'm learning, or you're leaning into re-rolling to just a meta spec or something like BM Hunter, so you can excel more in an LFG setting. Yeah, I don't know what really excels in the setting. Like, it's obviously like something like BM is really popular as a spec, but I don't know if it's just really the best thing to re-roll to, because I don't know if BM's that good this season. If you're pugging, I feel like the best solution, which sucks, this is not a thing that I like to say, but I feel like the best solution is always just re-roll. Though I will say, if you're someone who plays a tank that is suited for a more specific comp, specifically like the Fizz comp, you just have to pug physical damage dealers. You just run the non-meta comp, and you just have to do your own key. Because if you try pugging, no one will take, or not, I shouldn't say no one, but it's very rare that someone will take you. And even if they do, they're just going to try to run the meta comp with a off-meta whatever, a tank maybe. But then it just feels bad. It's a person who's only pugging because none of your friends like pushing out. Do you not agree with that? Yeah, that was a bad idea as soon as I started saying it out loud. But it would make it so, like, I don't know, maybe it would incentivize more people to actually play with each other and, like, have set groups. I don't know. I don't like the resil systems, but I understand it. Trying to pug as a prop warrior is miserable this season. They're just sure they're not meta, but they're totally fine for the level that most pugs do. Yeah, I would say that. I mean, there's a couple of pro warriors who are like mid 41. Like, prod is definitely capable of doing higher keys. It's just it's kind of the case with Brewmaster right now. Like, why bring a Brew when you're already bringing a Mistweaver? Like, now the Brewmaster technically offers less to your group. And it was the same thing with Druid earlier in the season. It was like, yeah, you could play Bear, but why play Bear when Rested Druid was meta? Like, how about Resil only works if you go in as a president group instead of group mate in LFG? Yeah, that would. I mean, I don't know. It's like it's a I think a thing that is very hard to try to figure out, and I'm not envious of Blizzard who have to probably who are probably very aware of the kind of complaints I think from the community about Resil and trying to figure out a solution for it because I feel like taking it away is not the answer anymore. But I don't like the state of Resil keys currently because it just incentivizes degenerate behavior. It's like why why even bother trying to play non-resilient keys? And then if as soon as one thing goes wrong in a resilient key, even if it's still timeable, people would literally throw up the slash abandon vote. And it's like, dude, you don't need to abandon this key, man. They should just cut off Resil at a certain level, and that would fix the issue. I've thought about that before. I think I thought about that when or I've seen that before, and I've talked about it in the War Within. But they could determine what the cutoff would be. Like, what if it stopped at Keystone Master? Resilient just stopped, or what if it stopped at the 1% title? But it's hard to know what those percentages are until the end of the season, right? But if they made it so, like, I don't know, they could just it doesn't even have to be like the Keystone Hero, like it doesn't have to be 3K. It could be 3,500 or 3,800, but whatever that key level would be, they can make the cutoff be that. And then nothing above 18, for example, is resilient. But again, I don't know if that would actually be that good for the community. It would definitely fix sales, and it would definitely help with pugging, but then it's like, I don't know. I think Resil's cool though, because it is a little accolade for some people. Like, you're not getting an achievement, but people are like, "Oh, I just hit 18 Resil," and I'm like super like that's super awesome, and like that's a good accolade to aim for. The one title changes IO based on the season could just match to the title currently at 3,400. Yeah, they could do that. Rizilki could have a cooldown 2 uses and it goes on cooldown for an hour. It's not a bad idea. It would really suck if you like I mean, I don't even know if it would really suck that bad, but it would suck if you're like a pre-made group and you're just trying to roll a key up as like homework and you just happen to brick it in the first two pull, like in the first pull twice in a row. And then it's like, oh, well, now we have to go do something else for an hour. And Resil feels better for the 12 to 16 bracket. Is that true? I mean, I'm not someone who normally like, I either do 12s or I do push keys. So I normally don't find myself in that bracket. Like, do keys brick a lot between 12 and 16? I would imagine for 12 it feels good, right? Like, let's say you have just a crazy weird opener, or like let's say someone's accidentally in raid build. They're like, oh, can we restart really quick? Like, it's Resil. Like, let's just resend. But I feel like maybe I'm out of touch, but I feel like Brazil is really good until about the 1% range, and then I just don't like Brazil. Because it helps you start to master those dungeons at the lower level, but then you really have to turn up the heat in the higher dungeons. But I'm biased for for a lot of obvious reasons. I feel like Hunter might actually be decent LFG. Fits into the Fizz comp well. People need a Lust. Playing something like Havoc or Rogue that doesn't have Brez or Lust, I'm gonna spend 30 minutes in queue. Yeah, that is true. Hunters definitely get more invites. I just I would say if you do play Hunter, you'd probably want to figure out how to like play all the specs. 16s and 19s feel terrible. Yeah. I did pug a little bit in that bracket on my Windwalker, and oh my god, it's terrible. I tried doing some like 16s and 18s, and I literally wanted to like pull my hair out. I wouldn't do this, but I almost unsubbed. I swear to God. I actually rage quit from the game. I didn't like rage at anyone. I just like was super fucking frustrated because yeah, I don't even know where to start. Like from lack of dungeon mechanics to tanks falling over to healers like accidentally walking into extra packs to people body pulling stuff to people not kicking, no CCs, uh lack of mechanical execution. It was just like, what is going on? Back in my day, keys were hard. Yeah, I've been really tempted. I've been really tempted to kick up one of my tanks and try to just push for the 1% title, but I'd have to go through that range, and I just wanna, like, see what's going on, but I did a little bit as Windwalker, and I just, like I think I'd be a different person. I would probably just I'd be very unhappy. 3400 was really frustrating, had to pug the whole way. Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine. I, I am very understanding that I personally am in a very fortunate position to be able to play with a lot of people who are very good and enjoy playing the game, and the on the random off chance I do pug, it's oh man. I don't know how people keep playing this game. If you don't stay ahead of the curve, LFG is just a cesspool. I mean, you could see that too. I mean, that has to be true. I mean, you can even see that in games like Fellowship. As soon as you fall behind a little bit of the curve, it definitely is sketchy. Sorry, I have Discord's pings going. I just realized that. I'll turn that off. I said I was gonna go like 40 minutes ago. That's actually so funny. Um, yeah, it's similar in the start of the season too. Like getting out ahead early, you just run into the people who are like doing the PTR testing and who are mythic raiders and like push like really good keys, and you have to like stay ahead of the curve the whole time. Any type of break if you're not playing with a pre-made group can get pretty miserable pretty quickly. Back from a minute and a half of ad. Hey, my ads could be worse. I am sorry. I'd love to be able to turn off ads, but I can't. And I know some streamers who I won't name who run like 30 minutes of ads every 2 seconds. Yo, what's up, Sean? I think I run 3 minutes an hour, so I think every 30 minutes is a 1.5 minute ad break. I think is how it's set up, but I have no idea. Jack those numbers up. Nah, I'm a man of the people, Sean. I'm a man of the people. I can't. I hate ads, even though it's what pays my rent. Yeah. You might want to swap to 4. They're changing pre-roll. Oh, I'll have to look into that. I haven't streamed in a while, so I'll have to. Thanks for the heads up. What do you think the best Mythic Plus and Raid Healer is at the moment in terms of HPS that I've seen on PTR? I think both Shaman and Mistweaver seem really strong again, but it's only Mythic Plus. I don't know anything about the Raid. I don't really like. I don't like raiding, and on top of that, I don't do any raid testing, and I don't watch any raid videos. And okay, the raiding is the one thing that I don't spoil for myself going into a new patch. So I go into the raid pretty much blind. So I don't know what any of the new raid bosses look like. So I have no idea what's good. Oh, you don't mind? You're okay with those for streamers? You enjoy the content? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I always feel bad running ads.
Yeah, I'm sure about the booze. Yeah, man, we're gonna get our drinks on, we're gonna party and get crunk and rock out.
Yo, organic. Thanks so much for the gifted sub to Wobbs. You must be hyped to get myth track drops from Heroic Raid then. Yeah, I think the gearing system next patch is really bad. I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm sure about
Dude,
the booze. Yeah, man,
organic,
we're
you're an
gonna get our
actual
drinks
legend.
on, we're gonna party and get crunk and rock
Thank you so
out,
much for
man.
gifting that. Grats Nando. Or Nanda, sorry. Nanda Moto. I don't I don't know what they're doing. You can be more hyped for it. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're hyped. Dude, what are you doing? Stop gifting subs. Uh Thanks so much, Organic. You're an actual beast. Holy cow. Um I'm glad you're hyped. I think I'm like thinking about it from like a min-maxing perspective. Maybe the more mythic track gear is good, but I don't like the change to the tier sets or the catalyst that it retains the secondary stats. I think it's going to take a lot longer now to try to target the exact items you want with the right stats that then you have to catalyze, right? Like, I think it's just going to take longer to like get perfectly BIS'd out. Where before it's just like you would just get any myth track item, you just throw it in the catalyst, and then it has predetermined stats, so you kind of know what you want to catalyze. And now I don't just hope for a chest from my vault or a helmet from my vault. I need the helmet to drop with obviously the correct stats on it. So I think optimal farming is going to be a nightmare, and because mythic gear isn't necessarily like targetable, it's not deterministic. That's where I'm just like not looking forward to the change. And now I think over the course of the season we're going to have less bonus rolls, if I'm not mistaken, than we do now. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. The mythic gear from Heroic is also weird to me. I guess it's like kind of nice. Like you can clear the raid and then hope for the mythic items, but if you're not like mythic raiding, you're just gonna still be behind. And they just added like an extra step, I feel like. Especially if you're like cutting edge raiding, right? You don't care about the mythic raid loot from Heroic because you're gonna be doing mythic early on, so it's gonna get replaced anyways. So yeah, that's a 0.1% problem. True. Yeah. Kick me off my high horse for sure, for sure. Only behind until like 0.5 though, and then crest upgrades will catch up. I hope it all balances out. It's just as someone who like, because I plan everything out. I have spreadsheets and stuff where I like map out my exact gearing every season. And now it's just a nightmare because I'm like trying to identify the exact pieces I need from every instance. And I liked it where it was like in the vault, especially early season, it was like all I need is a tier item slot. I don't need specific gloves or pants or shoulders or whatever. I can just like hope for an item and I can catalyze it. So that's what I'm worried about. Yeah, so it could increase the longevity of the season, but do players like that? I know I do. Don't get me wrong. I love playing a full season. And I would love it if my friends play for more than the full season, but I don't feel like that's true anymore. Sorry, what was I saying? My brother came in, but I uh, I forgot what I was saying. Oh, I know that this game has over the last couple of seasons and expansions. This game has just become more seasonal, and I think that's expected. I feel like, and maybe this is like biased, or maybe it's just because of the small circle I'm in. But I think a lot of people want to gear up relatively quickly. They don't need it to be the first week or the second week of the tier, but by like the second month, your character should be relatively itemized. You can do your pushing, and then you just take a break until the next season. That's what a lot of people that I play with do, and I would love it if they played more. But I also don't want them to get burnt out on WoW or quit altogether because they just don't want to play this. They don't want to be married to the game. They want to be able to play other games. Yeah, it's weird. I think that and also, yeah, I mean, I would imagine that the average audience of this game is only getting older. And so I think Mythic rating is just outdated. You want to be completely geared by week 6 and push after. Yeah, I mean, people want to get gear, be pretty much geared out in the 6 weeks because that's where all the dopamine comes from, and then they want to push, get whatever accolade they want to push for, and then take a break. I think that's the general consensus, but maybe it's different. The way they did Turbo Boost this season, keys felt dead at the halfway point. I mean, keys always feel dead at the halfway point. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but we're gonna pull up Nifty. And let me log in first. We'll go to Radar.io. I love Radar.io. Radar.io has some great, cool things that we can take a look at. But I feel like the trend is they always fall off. Title can't stop at like week 6, though. No, Title's a little different though. Here also, I wonder why. Oh, we can go to runs. So you're gonna see like it's a pretty hard drop off after 1207 or on 1207. Clearly, obviously, we can't really look at week 15 because we're only a couple days in. I also don't know how quickly the data aggregates. I don't know if it's insta or if it's like if it takes a couple hours or whatever. But there's like a casual taper here as the season goes on. But isn't this season one of the most run seasons out of all expansions? But if we go to something like the War Within Season 3, you have like a pretty steep fall off. You get a little bit of a boost at the halfway point, and then it's just hard decline. Which I feel like if you were to ask me, I think this season is way healthier than any other season. It's like top 3 all time. Part of that isn't part of that though because of CN being tracked accurately now? But I feel like this is a healthier kind of taper than what we see in like season 3 of The War Within, which has this really artificial spike. And I think even season 2 was even crazier. Because this is when things came uncapped. I think when it first came out, it was the bonus rolls, and then things became uncapped a couple weeks later, and then everyone ran their keys, and then there's like a gradual decline. Which I prefer that than I prefer Midnight Season 1 than any of these other seasons. But it's kind of, I mean, it's historic, right? Like historically, and you can pretty much predict that keys will always fall off the later the patch goes. I don't know if you want to call this season a turbo boost or whatever. But I feel like the gearing in Midnight has been way better. Way, way, way better. And yes, I will do a video about my gearing plans. I do it in most seasons where I talk about like the best in slot items and stuff. What I liked about this season is gearing felt more intentional and it felt slower, meaning that every week I felt like Vault was still an upgrade until pretty much 0.07. Up until 0.07, I felt every weekly Vault was important. And the turbo boost wasn't anything crazy. It was just like uncapped crest plus rerolls, but it wasn't that your entire character was going up 10 item levels. You were going up 9 item levels in 3 slots. So I don't know. I like the gearing process this expansion, at least in Midnight Season 1, a lot better. Had I been able to test DH Tank, not in actual like Mythic Plus content. I've only been able to play around with the tier set on PTR. I find it. I'm not super thrilled about VDH and its RNG nature. I think it's the next tank that needs like a hardcore rework. Make it tank your baseline, nerf the strength of meta a little bit, and rework the Apex talent. I think would be this where I'd start with it. You're only in your 3rd season of Mythic Plus, so you don't have a full legit footprint, but it's the best season for you right now. Oh hell yeah! I mean, we love that. I mean, almost 3,400 is huge. You found challenging to Mythic Raid, working a job and having a family. Yeah, having a job and family sucks. No, it just obviously makes the game, playing the game a lot harder. You have less time, right? Yo, casualties. Thanks so much for the 5 gifted. Holy cow, absolute legend. Yo, and you procced a static tier sub. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to let him know. Big fan of static. You love VDH in the War Within Season 2. Current VDH is clunky and RNG based. Oh, yo, static's actually fucking here, dude. Let's go. You gotta walk Shadow. Oh, enjoy your walk. You really enjoyed gearing this season, but only the benefit, only see benefits next season. Well, that's good. I'm glad I'm negative, and I'm glad you're positive.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
I'm glad it's making some players happy. That's good. Yeah, we'll see. I might change my mind. We'll see. Yeah, but VDH, dude, VDH is rough, man. In War Within Season 2, it was still RNG. They had an RNG tier set that was frustrating. At least when I played it, I didn't like it. But if you knew how to play the spec and you were good at managing your fragment generation, you could be incredibly tanky through Painbringer. Yeah, it's funny because it doesn't necessarily affect me in that way. It's just like when I as someone, I like to have things planned out, and so when I can't plan out, like when I'm depending more on RNG, I'm like not thrilled about it. But yeah, no, I get it. It's probably a net positive. W. Enjoy your walk with Shadow, dude. Give him some pets for me. You tested Prop Hal and PTR and it was really nice. Yeah, did you test it this week? Last week I was having issues with it for a multitude of reasons. It was bugged and back soon. Yeah. Last week it was bugged. It was actually taking more damage instead of taking less damage, and Blizzard fixed them a lot this week. So we'll jump on it in a bit. Yeah, so it's really funny. I was thinking about VDH a lot the last couple days because I had just done a recent video on it. I was kind of thinking about the talent builds, and I was like, what made it good in Season 2? Like, because I was really down on the RNG. I was like, man, the Apex talent kind of sucks. Like, Eldraki Raver feels really bad. So you play Annihilator, but Annihilator is also more RNG. So, like, when was the last time VDH good? And when I was thinking about it, I was like, well, the War Within Season 2, but it was also RNG. So, like, what made it different? And it was really the complexity of how your DR works. If VDH no good, I'm going over to Druid Heal for next season. Well, Wrestle Druid could be fun. Not bad. Eating Voidfall stacks makes you die inside? Yeah, absolutely. But it's like something that it's like hard. It's like something you can min-max, but it's kind of hard to control, right? Because sometimes you just get unlucky. Like, let's say you have 1 stack of Voidfall, right? And you want to try to fracture a couple more times, but then you get a proc. You soul cleave and you get a proc of your Apex, but it only lasts 10 seconds. And then you fracture and then you hit 2 stacks. And you're like, oh shit, okay. So if maybe I can fish a 3rd, which will then allow me to actually call down meteors, use my proc, which will give me another set of meteors to then get double the CDR. But then you just don't hit on the fracture at all. I'm assuming you mean cursed, but yeah, it's cursed. It's terrible. And the fact that it can't stack beyond 3 is blows my mind. Like, there can be they could keep it RNG based, but they can make it more controlled in some capacity, right? Like, what if you can bank stacks? What if you can bank up to 5? And so if you hit 5 and then you or if you're at 2 and you use your thing and it gives you the 3, like you use your meta, you're now at 5 stacks, you consume it, then it puts you back at 2 and then it can reset back to 3. That's like it's fun. No, it's all good. I understand. I'll spell check for you. So yeah, it's just like it's something as tiny as that can help fix it. But I think that the Apex talent or the Annihilator tree needs to just be. I think they need to remove a little bit of the RNG and make it more consistent. It should be every X amount of cast, or it should be 50% or whatever it might be. Or they can do something similar like how Fire Mage used to work with like their hot streaks and stuff. Like every time you don't hit, it increases the chance to hit. I don't know. What do I think of Monk Tank? I think Monk Tank's really good. The issue I'm having with Monk Tank is that their tier set has almost no interaction with their actual class. And so it kind of feels bad. Yeah, our tier set just doesn't do anything. Like your Breath of Fire ignites a keg smash, causing you to explode. So there's nothing interacting there that you're not already playing with. You're already playing with South Salabam Strength, so you're already getting the reset. So like the only thing that maybe you can do is to get Exploding Keg to get more resets, but that doesn't also matter. And then our 4 set, Ignited Keg Smashes cause enemies to take 8 more physical damage. But as the very smart people of Peak of Serenity Discord figured out, is that it only affects our physical abilities, Keg Smash, Tiger Palm, Spinning Crane Kick, and Blackout Kick. And it does not affect any kind of like basically anything else. It doesn't affect Overwhelming Force for Master of Harmony. It doesn't affect Flurry Strikes for Shadow Pan. And so there's not really a whole lot of synergy there. Is Shadow Pan coming back in Season 2? You could probably play it. I've actually been doing still more damage with Master of Harmony in Season 2, so I don't know what's going to be better. Maybe I'm just not playing Shadow Pan correctly. I'm not really optimizing it, but the set doesn't change anything that we do. And it's similar with Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior set doesn't change anything that they do. I think the VDH set, there's an argument to maybe that they actually changed their talent build up a bit, but you're still probably going to play Annihilator. And then I think Guardian Druid's kind of a similar camp. I don't think you'll really change your build at all per se. I mean, maybe you play Druid of the Claw and you just like play a whole different build altogether, but I can't even think what the Paladin set does actually off the top of my head. You love Shadow Pen. It's so satisfying with all the Flurry Strikes. Yeah, it's so good. I think Blizzard's done a pretty good job at making sure that Master of Harmony and Shadow Pen are like within striking distance of each other. I think they're both equally powerful in certain situations. It doesn't do enough damage to really impact Vital Flame. Not really. It does affect Vital Flame healing, but it just like it does maybe like 5% of your overall. So yeah, you'd like do a little bit more healing, but you're not like we've always played Vital Flame. What I was hoping for is that our tier set would make us actively change or interact with some talents in our kit that we haven't been playing. So like it'd be really cool if it was like a fortifying brew based thing. I mean, obviously in season 2 of the War Within, it was not very fun to play around, but like it'd be cool if we were playing Determination, or if it somehow interacted with like Celestial Flames in some capacity, or I like I don't know. Like I just wish we were playing some other talents that wasn't just the standard. Would love to be Reaver with VDH. Yeah, Eldraki would be fucking sick. I love for VDH Eldraki to come back because that's my favorite. If I had to choose between the two, I prefer that. I love Eldraki. I think the gameplay loop is really interesting, right? Like you're taking a filler spell that you use to pull from range and turning it into like a big button that's a catalyst for a lot of your other AoE and funnel. It's weird going into a new season and basically nothing changing a single node. Yeah, like this is the brew. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think arguably you could swap to Shadow Pan and then you could drop like your Anvil and Staves for like Exploding Keg. And maybe Fuel on the Fire if you want a little bit more damage. But it's just like, why? It doesn't matter. I think it's part of the Apex talent being too like integrated into how Brewmaster plays, because of how integrated it is and how like strong it is for the Brewmaster into like their core kit. The tier set from last season didn't have any impact either, or at least in my opinion, it doesn't. And so this tier set also doesn't have any impact because it's really our Apex talent that matters. It's consecrate hammers and judgments. Yeah, I just remember the exact tooltip names. But thank you. Yeah, that jogged my memory a little bit. I'd have to log over to check, but and then BDK is obviously not integrated yet, so. Yeah, I mean, I hope Shadowpan becomes the play again. It was just like weird this season because it was a Shadowpan meta for until almost the point 5 patch, and then it shifted to Master of Harmony, which some early adopters were like some of the top brewmaster monks like Monksy and I believe Mordrim was still playing earlier on in the season, but um a lot of the EU players started swapping to it a lot earlier. I had been experimenting with it, but I couldn't tell if it was better or not, but clearly just well, Shadowpan then got nerfed even more after that, so. I like Master of Harmony. It's just like not flashy, you know? Like Shadowpan's flashy with all their flurry strikes. I'd argue VDH right now also feels weird without its Apex talent, but again, it's too RNG to really tell. But yeah, I mean, Brew, you have to play with Apex or you just like can't play the class. You're deep in enhanced quality of life seem to be bartender affecting your mouse input, you think? I'm gonna fatten you up, little boy. That could be it. I've been so tempted to swap to Ellesmere's UI, like Ellesmere UI. I'm so close. Yeah, you have no buttons, you have no healing. It feels terrible. I'm interested to see what they're gonna do, and this is obviously so far away, but like, what are they gonna do in the next expansion? Are Apex Talents staying? Are they going? And if they go, like, what are they gonna do? You got Dander's frames. It could be good. I'm interested to see on what Ellesmere's, because Ellesmere's UI seems to be all encompassing, and then on top of that, I think if it can have an export that would just make it so easy to be able to transfer between classes and specs, and also be able to share it with you guys. Use 1, 2, 3, 4 as button, shift button, button, shift button. I wish I knew what that meant, but yeah. Yeah, you can even link them to specs and such. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, I need to check that out. Because I like my UI on live. My PTR UI is ugly as fuck, but I like my UI on live, but I don't like the inconsistency with updates, and just because they're all coming from different developers, it's just like hard to keep up with sometimes. Especially when you're doing multiple specs and classes. So I'm tempted to like check it out to try to like universify my build, my UI setups. That dude's been grinding though. It's actually kind of crazy. It's weird that your add-on suite feels better now after the purge because of the Ellesmere stuff. He has like 3 updates a week, constantly adding cool stuff. Yeah, I see him on Twitter all the time, just like blasting updates, like and notifying people. Yeah, it's crazy to think like 8 months ago, not even 8. I mean, probably 8 months ago, but even sooner than that. But it's just like, what a different world we lived in. It was like the end of the world for WoW players. Do you need to monitor vitality? No. The reason why is because your vitality is also being applied to mobs via keg smash. So you're constantly in this like little state of like you're, building and spending without hitting your celestial infusion. Now you'll always build more than you spend, but you should also be hitting your celestial infusion as a rotational ability to reset your Keg Smash for further cooldown reduction, and because of your Harmonic Surge / potential energy stacks. So you should be hitting your Celestial Infusion often, which means it's always going to be getting dumped constantly onto your targets. So there's no reason to track it because you should never hit cap. Now, if there's a world where you're going to hit cap all the time, like, yeah, probably, but because of that, there's not really a need. I don't know which one's more challenging. I think Master of Harmony is a little bit more challenging than Shadowpan, but Shadowpan has like complications with its like opener. Like it has a different opener than Master of Harmony. Like Master of Harmony, you just do your rotation all the time. You just do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. With Shadowpan, it's like kind of depending on where you're at in a poll. You might go like 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's just like it's a little diffy, a little different. You're curious on how it'll feel with Infusion having such a long CD? It's a little noticeable. When you're playing Master of Harmony, you don't notice it as much, and what I've done is because of how much main stat we're getting, I've swapped to Black Ox Brew. I mean, I've been playing Black Ox Brew on live the last couple weeks, but playing it on PTR means that you can always reset that CD as well, so you're trading a 1.5 minute cooldown for a 2-minute cooldown just to get the instant reset, and that feels pretty good, but I just don't know what the point of the change is. It was like just a direct nerf. It's a less cooldown reduction. It's less controlled Apex talent resets. It's not any more healing. It's not like it made us stronger. It like you don't really use it for tank busters, and then it made Master of Harmony weaker because now you're getting less Harmonic Surge damage per minute. Like your PPM on Harmonic Surge is now going to be just cut in half. So that also feels bad. Like it's an indirect nerf to so many things in the kit that I don't know where that's coming from. It's not like we were doing crazy damage. We weren't immortal. The speculation is that it was trying to make like light brewing more attractive, but that also doesn't make any sense because regardless if it's a 45-second CD or a minute and a half CD, if you take 20% off of either of those numbers, either once or twice with the 45-second, you're getting the same production. Yeah, they wanted to buff the shield, but even if that was the case, like it's now you're doubling the shield, but you're making it you can use it half as often, so it's the same healing overall. It's not like, and you were never using Celestial Infusion for tank busters. You were using it rotationally for your Apex Talents resets to get more CDR and to get more damage for either of the two hero specs. And so them changing it just felt like a fuck you to Brewmaster Monks. That's all it felt like. Yeah, I don't think they thought about it. I think they probably asked ChatGPT, we want to double the value of the shield without making the ability stronger. So they were like, well, cut the duration and or double the cooldown. It's like, and they were like, oh yes, of course. And then they sent it, and now it's sad. It's noticeable sometimes because I'll be like, you'll sometimes not hit on your purifying brews with the Apex talent resets, and then you're just dry. You're just sitting there waiting for a Keg Smash charge to come back, and that also feels terrible. So I don't know. I'll have some words to say. I'm gonna do a video about it tonight. Feels weird not playing Celestial Brew. I haven't played Brew since introducing Celestial Infusion, so it's just rotational. They both are. And it's because the shield value was so small that you just never really cared to save it for anything. And with the way that the hero talent works and with the way that the Apex talent resets work. So you're rank 3. When you cast Fortifying Brew or Celestial Infusion, and this also interchangeably with Celestial Brew, when you cast any of those abilities, you instantly tap a fresh keg, granting yourself and 2 nearby allies a refreshing drink, basically giving you and 2 allies a heal over time. And it gives you an empty barrel, and an empty barrel is just a reset on your Keg Smash, making it free. Like, you don't spend energy on it. So the idea is that, like, you use Celestial Infusion to reset the cooldown of your Keg Smash. So it felt really good as part of the rotation. And then if you're playing Master of Harmony, when you cast Celestial Infusion or Celestial Brew, you get 2 charges of potential energy, and then your Tiger Palm discharges the energy, doing damage to enemies. And so there's a really good feedback loop. And so now it's just like, okay. Now we just don't get to do that as often. So there's like, I won't say you're dry per se, like you have other buttons to hit, but it just feels weird. Yeah, right now I would say your shield is about a third of your HP. So I have 1.1 mil. This is shielding me for 300k. So I don't know, about 30%, give or take in either direction. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they made the change. Maybe it's to try to give them a little bit more defensive like options to play Celestial Brew to use it for a tank buster on a fight, but I just think that was like a bad change because it's so integrated into our Apex talent. So I don't know. We seem to always be in like, yeah, we're always such in deep stagger, and the shield on live gets eaten up in seconds. If you're playing Celestial Brew, it's getting eaten in probably a second. Like it's not even like it doesn't even last. Like you're just using it as a catalyst. LS Mirror UI does allow for profile exports. That's perfect. That's what I'd be looking for. Add-ons that don't have exports are cringe. I can only think of a couple of times where I've used Celestial Brew, not Infusion, Brew, as an active defensive, and it was in raid fights. It was in raid fights on really hard hitting tank busters for specific, like Silken Court was a really good example. I needed Celestial Brew because I think that was before they even put Infusion in the game. You needed to brew on a specific tank buster because you were going to be out of a defensive, unless you're in a defensive trinket, which was also possible, but. Welcome back. How was the walk? Yeah, it's so rare. It's so rare to use it as a defensive. You've been fiddling around with Ellesmere's UI? Walk was due out. I hate heat. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. And we've been getting a little. I don't know how. I mean, you live in a very different area, but I think to earlier today and like the last couple days, it's been 100 and something like real feel, 108 degrees, which is almost I think 40 degrees Celsius. 30 is pretty warm. Yeah, 92 is quite hot. Man, that feels super weird. So basically, we're just purifying stagger and using fortifying brew as an active defensive now. Yeah, and I guess celestial brew. I mean, it's going to be closer to about a 40-second CD, I think. Maybe I can time it, but I think it's roughly around the 40-second mark versus the like 20 to 25-second mark, depending on like how you do your blackout combos. It's weird because I'm not getting hit, so I can't really reset anything here. So I'm 20 seconds in, and it's about halfway through its cooldown. Obviously, I can't purify, so it's going to be a little bit slower. "43 seconds." 43 seconds without being able to purify or anything, so it's cutting the cooldown basically in half, so I don't know. You can get it down a lot faster. You can also be a little bit more intentional about your blackout combos. Instead of going blackout Tiger Pump, you go blackout Keg Smash. Could be possible. You can definitely set on a charge, but you also want to make sure you're using it to get procs and to discharge vitality, and you want to be using it to gain potential energy. So like you don't really want to, but you kind of do. I don't really know. I hope they transfer more of our defensive power into Celestial Brew and Infusion. I mean, they're kind of doing that, but it's they're buffing the absorb, but they're nerfing the cooldown, so it heals the same over the course of a key. You can now treat it like a defensive for like a large hit, but there's just no reason to. Because you just play Celestial Infusion for the 30% DR instead of like a flat damage stop with an absorb. I wish Brew was better. I wish Brew was still preferred, because I prefer that over Celestial Infusion. Well, in the next patch, they're doubling the value of the absorb, which is going to be about 30% of your health, more or less, depending on your stats. But it's now a minute and a half cooldown, so it doesn't really matter. It did used to shield for a lot, but it also was the majority of our healing, and they've since added things like Vital Flame and Refreshing Drink, which also do a large portion. Yeah, I prefer having a big damage stop versus like just a flat, or like not a, I shouldn't even say flat DR, but like a DR that lasts a little bit longer. Damage smoothing is almost always better than damage stops. I would disagree with that in some capacity. I think damage smoothing isn't always the. I think it works well for Brewmaster. I think if you gave damage smoothing to something like a Prot Warrior or a Prot Paladin or something, maybe Prot Paladin's a bad example, but I think there's some tanks that just prefer not to have damage smoothing and they just like to be fucking tanky. The War Within Season 2 brew? I wouldn't. Season 1 brew was really good and Season 3 brew was really good. I was not a fan of Season 2 brew because I didn't like the RNG on fort resets. Wish they would fix BDK, such a fun tank. Yeah. BDK needs a little bit of love right now. The issue is that they'd have to make them absolutely broken for them to be like meta and Mythic Plus, because if they're not broken, they're generally kind of garbo. Huh. Season 2 was good for monks, but Season 3 was also good for monks. Season 1 was okay for monks. I think the Season 1 tier set was really good. I just don't think the Mythic Plus pool lended itself well to Brewmaster monks. Actually, really any tanks in general outside of Paladin. The problem with BDK is they're more reliant on healers, which makes them feel bad. Yes and no. I don't think they're that reliant on healers, but I think Blizzard's general tank ideology wants there to be some type of tank and healer interaction, which definitely hurt BDKs, especially with some of their like Death Shield absorbs or their Blood Shield absorbs. And the limitation on their Death Strike healing was obviously a big one, but there are some BDKs who are doing some pretty high keys. It's just they're not as immortal as they have been in the past. Which sucks because I'd love for them to like smooth out the damage BDK takes and make them more immortal, but I feel like if they try to do anything like that or make them more tanky, I feel like they're either going to be broken or they're going to just feel like every other tank. What are you using for tank busters? Nothing. Just stagger. Stagger's so broken. In Mythic Plus specifically, the way you handle tank busters actually is to not stop the tank buster or use a defensive on the tank buster, but it's to stop everything else that's hitting you at the time. So the way that you counter tank busters in Mythic Plus, at least some of the popular ones are the ones in season 1 of Midnight, is tank busters coming out. You will try to top yourself with like something like Expel Harm or whatever other healing you have, and then you leg sweep. And then when everything else is not hitting you, your stagger will be just so effective against that tank buster, and then you just counter it with a quick little heal. And then the mobs become unstunned and you just continue. Their Apex was also nerfed to shit before beta ended. Yeah. Their Apex out, though, let's be honest, was very busted. Very, very, very busted. They had like 70% Dancing Rune weapon uptime and they could have like multiple of them active, and their blood play healing was just like freaking insane. I don't even have words to describe how. Don't get me wrong, it was fun, and I kind of wish it stayed like that for a season, but they also had that thing where their blood boil was still giving them bone shield charges as well. So in AoE, all you did was just do the same like you just hard strike blood boil, and it was so crazy. I wish Paladin still had like good. I wish Paladin still had like a lot of defensive cooldowns. I just don't like playing Paladin when they feel so gimped now. Whenever I'm playing my Pally, I feel so weak all the time. I miss Eye of Tear. I miss Ardent being like a short CD. I miss like the insane cooldown reduction that you got as well. Cooldown reduction feels so good on so many classes, and since they got rid of it, I just sounds rewarding. If Pally feels bad, how about VDH? Not pressing Feldev feels bonkers. Yeah, I think it's really weird. I've said this a lot, I think, today, but I think VDH needs a hard rework. They don't need to like get rid of like their main stuff. Like I don't think they need to like rework how like their fragments work and their demon spikes. Well, maybe demon spikes a little bit, but like Soul Cleave Spirit Bomb, that's fine. Fracture, fine interaction, whatever. Fracture kind of is super weak as like a filler, but it's a generator to make sure you can like Soul Cleave and Spirit Bomb. But meta's too strong. Outside of meta's too weak. Fiery Brand is cringe. Yes. Having a DR that has to spread, that's terrible. And then their RNG nature of their spec just feels terrible in like any kind of serious content. Don't get me wrong, it's fun. You can definitely like do 12s and 14s or 18s or whatever with it, but as soon as you start pushing like real content, it's just criminal. Guardian having 2 charges is nice though. Is it? So I guess maybe there's pulls where you want a Guardian like back to back, let's say. It's like a really tough pull, and you budget that you have 2 uses of Guardian. But once you use 1 charge of the cooldown, or both charges of the cooldown, the second charge doesn't matter because it's never going to be recharging at the same time. Now, if the charge is recharged independently from each other, wait, holy, I'm having a stroke. Oh my god, help. If they had independent cooldown recovery, I think it would be cool if they had 2 charges, but like any 2 charge based class, I feel like 2 charges is just kind of a trap. Unless you need it. Unless you need it for a pull, but then you're going to sit on Guardian because you just don't need it for some pulls. Yeah, I agree. Tank survivability should never be on RNG. To an extent, I think controlled RNG is kind of fine, and I what I mean by that is more or less like if you play really well and you can optimize, more or less like cooldown recovery. Like if a well played tank can get their cooldowns back slightly faster because they're optimizing their cooldown recovery, I think that's good. Versus hoping for random procs of something to happen, which also just feels terrible. Looks to me in season 2 aggro is going to be a real problem for VDH. I don't know if it will. Like Sigil of Flame is going to do a lot more damage, so as long as that's generating normal threat, it should be okay. And then if you have your force set, Immolation Aura is going to do double damage. So if you have Immolation Aura running and Sigil of Flame is on your target, there should be no threat issues. Everything else though is rough. Everything else is rough. You probably mentioned this, but so far you can recommend Brew as being strong in season 1. As strong as in season 1? Like, is it going to be just as strong as it was in season 1? Yeah, I think it'll be good. I think Brew right now, based on like my current testing, but in very little testing, by the way. Like I've done a lot of Altar of things, but I haven't really done anything else. Outside, like I ran every other dungeon like once so far. It's an average tank. It lives, it does damage, but it's not bringing anything particularly useful. And it doesn't have anything interesting that it can do or cheese on any given boss fight. Brand is a cast you have to put on a mob, And then you also have to allow it to spread to other mobs. And like, let's say you do something really weird where you put it on a mob and it dies like within a second and it doesn't spread. You lose that brand, which just feels terrible. I mean, obviously, like good DHs won't ever put it on a mob that has 1% health or whatever, but it's kind of a cringe little thing that can happen, especially if you're using it for damage. I think brand should be a self buff. Now, some people might argue that's homogenizing tanks where you just like you have a 40% DR you just put out, but the unique thing about brand is it makes you deal more fire damage if you're playing Fiery Demise. I believe that's what the talent's called for it. Maybe I'm misspeaking, but you have a talent that makes mobs take more damage from fire if they're afflicted by brand, which is kind of cool, but it doesn't feel good when your only defensive cooldown is an offensive cooldown as well that you kind of want to use for damage. But then if you need it for a certain ability or tank buster or pack, like, oh well, just do 30% less fire damage. Which, by the way, 80% of your damage is fire damage, so it's like kind of crazy. Pally is a 10% DR just by pressing Busted Hammer. Yet, it's crazy the world we live in right now. Like, tanks are getting more and more control over their own health, except VDH, which is just losing control over their own health. They have to just pray for RNG. Pray to RNGesus. I'm so tired. Old and tired. I definitely need to go, like, eat something. It's so funny that I said I was going to stop streaming, like, literally an hour and a half ago. Or maybe it hasn't been an hour and a half, but it feels like it's been an hour and a half. Yeah, I mean, they already removed this. The sigil meta was an issue for kind of a. It was like a domino effect or a multiplicative issue, right? Back in Dragonflight, or sorry, I don't think it was a sigil meta in the War Within. I think you mean like Dragonflight, right? Dragonflight, at the end of Dragonflight, it was like the meta. Because the whole thing was you got 2 charges of all your sigils, and then your sigils got cooldown reduction based on your other sigils being used, and then your tier set gave you cooldown reduction on your sigils based on the soul fragments you consume. And so you're able to like AoE silence and grip and misery, like, and sigil of flame for damage, like literally all the time. Was VDH good in season 1 of the War Within? I don't think it was. I feel like it was I don't actually know. I thought it was only spent in season 2. 316, and that's the bottom line. Season 2 was the meta, and it wasn't necessarily a sigil meta per se. You just played a comp that your whole gameplay loop was whole very, very, very big, grew everything up with chains, hit him with a sigil of silence, and then hit him with a beam. And then the pack died, and you just repeated that over and over and over again. But the double sigil meta hasn't been a thing since like I think Dragonflight, they got rid of it. Yeah, I mean, I feel 316 might be kind of low. It's kind of because I'm wearing like gear from last season. My weapon's really low, my necklace is really low, and then my rings are really low as well. Oh. Da 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 da. All right, I think I'm gonna actually end stream here. I think I am very, very tired, and I gotta go eat because I think I'm tired because I haven't eaten today, and it's already 5 p.m. and I'm gonna die if I don't eat. I'm pretty sure. At least we don't rely on Augs anymore. Yeah, that is true. I wish more classes gave more cool DRs and stuff like Aug did. I wish more classes were support-like, where bringing them gave you some kind of unique benefit, but what's on the docket for food? I think I'm just gonna go I think I might just well, I'm gonna go to the store and I'll see what they have at the deli. If they don't have anything good at the deli, I might just order a pizza or something. Kind of feeling lazy. When I say lazy, I mean I kind of want to work on some YouTube videos and I don't want to have to spend time cooking. Symbol of Hope, Brett's Blessing. Yeah, but I wish they were like stronger, like as strong as like all Blistering Scales was in their verse or whatever that they were given. I'm not talking about like just Devo or Blessing. Like, I mean like if you bring a Ret, like their damage will like heal the party. Like part of their damage will heal the party or something like that. Or I wish like they would bring back like ancestral guidance. Like an Ellie Shaman blasting with their CD was so cool. And then that being able to be used as a healer CD or in replacement of a healer CD, I think was so sick. And it could be competitive with like an AUG buffing tanks, but also this is fine too. I like that AUGs only worry about the DPS and that's it. Yeah, Vampiric Embrace with Shadow, like, I mean, obviously those things were like really broken, especially when you started stacking them, right? Like having, I forgot what season it was, but didn't they play like Resto Druid Shadow Priest and then you just had Vigil and Vampiric like every other pull? Or they just rotated between the two and it's like, oh my god, what's going on? But it was really cool, like playing with Ellie Shaman who had 3-minute Ascendance and they would pop their guidance and then it was just like, okay, for the next 15 seconds, the healer doesn't have to heal because they're just healing the entire group forever. It's awesome. No, the damage is like, I mean, like making it like good. Yeah, yeah, they do have that talent, I believe. Because it's based on like the healing and not the damage. But like, imagine if you were just like healing your party, or like, imagine if it was like members afflicted by Devo Aura are also have like, what if they also had like the talent Eye for an Eye, where like physical attacks against your tank then did damage back to the attacker. Like it doesn't have to be big, but like it could be good enough to like be noticeable. I don't know. I think that'd be so sick. Very hard to balance though, so can't really complain. Back, dude, Shadowlands. Oh my god, throwback, yeah. Stormkeeper AG. Just send it. Blast it. And then Vesper Totem. Oh my god, do you remember Vesper Totem? I always was a Chain Harvest man myself, but that was always like a fun little gameplay loop. Anytime tanks are overpowered, people play more. I don't know why. People complain. Yeah, I mean exactly. I'm a big advocate of make tanking OP. Tanking is already annoying as it is. Chain Harvest goated, yeah. It wasn't as tuned as well, but man, god, it was so fun to hit. It was so good. It was so satisfying. It had such a cool like animation, like just like a blood chain heal. It was so cool. Control 6 as a keybind is nuts. I don't use my keyboard to hit that keybind, by the way. I have a gaming mouse. So I use my keyboard. My keyboard is meant for a couple of things. I like WASD. I have a couple of binds on QERF, like I play around to my WASD, but then I use my pinky for shift control and I use my thumb for alt. And then everything else is on my MMO mouse. And so like control 6 is really easy for me to hit because I'm using two hands basically to do that. I'm holding down control with my left hand and then I'm hitting 6 on my on my mouse with my right thumb. And it's the same with all my buttons, right? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I go 1 through 6 basically, and then I go shift 1 through 6, control 1 through 6, alt 1 through 6. Then I have like another couple keybinds with like Q, E, F, R, V, C. It was really weird to get used to, but I've been doing it so long now. I think I started doing that back in like literally Warlords of Draenor. So I'm just very comfortable playing with basically two hands to do all my keybinds. But yeah, if you control 6, yeah, that's a wild button. Normally control 6 is reserved for like crazy shit though. It's like my battle res or like something that I don't really hit that often. But it's also actually easy to hit, so. Also DPS wide when tanks do good damage, but you see more tanks when they do good damage, yeah. I don't need tanks to do infinite damage, but man, it would be really good to feel like really tanky. I'm fine with a couple threatening tank busters. I don't mind like bosses having tank busters that you kind of have to like lock in for, but I feel like on trash, I should just be able to go in and just do my rotation and just live and make sure I'm kicking the right things to help my group live. I mean, I'd like to do a lot of damage. I think tanks should be doing about 10% more damage than what they're doing, or 20% more damage than what they're doing right now. But I don't need to be out DPSing DPS. I don't really care for that. If I wanted to do that, I'd just play Guardian Druid. You got the Naga Pro 2, debating on speccing 2 of the buttons to be control and alt to open the window W keybinds. I mean, possible. Keybinds are weird to play with too, especially if you start playing and then you try to mix them up. God, it's so hard. It's like learning to walk again. It's such a challenge. I tried redoing my keybinds at one point. I just decided to reset them because I was like, there's just I can't do this. Also, if a tank is beating a DPS, then it's a skill issue. Absolutely. I mean, part of it, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Brewmaster in beta at the end of beta and early season 1. I mean, Brewmaster, it didn't take a lot of skill, and they did a lot of damage in their opener, but I'd like tanks to be doing about 70% of what a DPS can do. And I like a skill ceiling too. I think if a well-played tank or a well-practiced tank has the right trinkets and the right like rotation, I think I'd like to see a good tank be able to do like 80% of what a DPS can do single target. But that's just me. I know other people feel the other way. I know some people don't want tanks to do any damage. Even before you pass out. This is my problem, dude. I don't know if it's like FOMO or if it's just like I get distracted really easily. All right, I'm leaving. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to go to the store. But I appreciate all the gifted subs, organic and casualties. Thank you guys so much, and then everyone else who subbed as well. That's very, very heartwarming. But I'll be streaming a lot more over this weekend because it's going to be storming and I don't work, so we'll be videos and streams. It'll be good. I feel like SD in particular, tanks and healers doing a lot more damage would make all the snoozer bosses so much better. Yeah, I agree. All right. Anyways, I will catch all of you later. Have a great rest of your day, and yeah, peace out.